that this weekend. So Saturday night's main event, we know, of course, we're going to be crowning a new World Heavyweight Champ. We don't know if it's going to be Jey or if it is going to be CM Punk. And actually, as part of the preview, we've got those two confronting each other. So we've got only 3 things. I didn't realise that. If you click on it, it takes you to it, which I didn't realise. But yeah, we've got 3 things coming up that are being on the official preview. Punk and Jey meet ahead of their heavyweight title match. Nikki Bella squares off with Roxanne Perez, and Penta is going to be battling Rusev in a number 1 contenders match. It's probably every chance that that's going to end in a draw and that we probably end up with a triple threat. I'm only saying that because these 3 have been kind of circling around each other quite a bit. So them actually doing a triple threat there would make a lot of sense. But, well, we'll have to see. So we've got that. That obviously, I don't know if you saw Unseen, but there is footage that did the rounds yesterday of Roxanne when she was very young, about like 10 years ago, meeting up with Nikki Bella and saying that she would like to wrestle her one day. So now she's getting that opportunity. It will be interesting to see kind of what's said just before the match begins. I don't know if there'll be a few words or a little smile, or I don't know, but it's a real moment. Because, yeah, she said that she wanted to face her. Nikki Bella said, we'll come back in like 5 years. We can totally do it. It's took longer than that. It's took 10 years, but it's pretty cool that this young kid that just went along to kind of, you know, see her heroes, managed to meet one of them and say, I'd like to wrestle you one day. And now here we are with it actually happening. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. It'll be a nice moment, that, for Roxanne. And then we've got CM Punk, Jey Uso, as we said, they're going to be face-to-face before they meet for that World Heavyweight title match this weekend. So, yeah, I mean, not loads, honestly, on the preview. They're still not mentioning Charlotte and Alexa against Bayley and Lyra. That was the match that we were meant to be getting. And I'm guessing we're still going to get it, but Adam Pearce didn't mention it during the preview. And it's not mentioned here either. So I'm guessing we're still going to be getting that. And obviously the big news as well today is about those teases. Those teases are believed to be WrestleMania related, which is... obviously disappointing for many. To be honest, I mean, I've kept an eye on them, of course, and I did a little bit in Unseen. I've not been kind of like on top of them today. I know there's been another couple, but I did see the WrestleVotes post about 6 hours ago saying, I mean, they're in no doubt as well. I've got it here. So here's WrestleVotes 6 hours ago saying it's a WrestleMania 42 promo. It's expected to be revealed in full sometime later today. So that's what all those teasers are believed to be. WrestleVotes is a very, very good source as well. And they're not even in any doubt. It's a WrestleMania 42 promo. They're not even saying we think or we believe or... we have been told by some or anything like that. It's just, it is a WrestleMania 42 Pro. That's it. No doubt. 6 hours ago. So, yeah, we've had the big update in regards to that, which, of course, is very underwhelming. Very disappointing. And, but at least it means we haven't got to keep banging on about it. At least that means we haven't got to keep focusing on something that ultimately lets us down. We had about 24 hours of fun, and then that's it. It's over now. Right? No more fun for us. No more fun for us. James says, I hate them. James, hello. Hope you're well. Oh, F WrestleVotes. Oh, you hate WrestleVotes. I thought you meant you hated the vignettes. Got you. Adil said, Daze, can you put the Netflix on the YouTube so we can watch the matches? No. Why do you think I'd be allowed to do that? There is something in this world called copyright, but you won't find that anywhere because Netflix pay a lot of money, don't they, for WWE? Netflix pay, I don't even know how much it is, but I mean, it's in the billion something for Raw. So Netflix obviously aren't going to appreciate you showing showing it because they want people to subscribe to Netflix. That's why you won't find it anywhere. The only people that will do it will be illegal streams that will ultimately get kind of taken down. So Tiger said, imagine promoting a small indie event called WrestleMania in the small city of Las Vegas, says Tiger. Riley's said, shout out Daze, appreciate the support, means a lot. Oh yeah, Riley's, shout out to you, buds. We got you back just like you had, as you are a legend. Well, Riley's Wrestle, shout out to you, buds. I hope the stream goes well. It's meant everything I said, so yeah, all the best. Corey said, Daze, I was finally able to figure out a VPN yesterday, and I watched Halloween Havoc. What a show. The rest of WWE needs to take notes on what Shawn Michaels is doing with NXT, says Corey. Glad you enjoyed it, Corey. Miguel said, get Netflix if you want to watch Monday Night Raw. Watch wrestling. You could try and Google that, said Superman Bass Fisher. Yes, you could try it there. I don't know, like, how reliable that is live. I know whenever I've used Watch Wrestling, I always used it to like catch up, like after a show. But actually trying to watch it live, I don't think I've ever done that actually. So I'm not sure how reliable it is live. Mohammed, hello. Say good to see you, bro. What did we make of Cena's farewell tour? If you rate it out of 10, what's the peak and moment of the tour? Cena has already seen the peak of the farewell. Has it yet to come? Hello, Mohammed. I'm going to keep it nice and short and sweet. I would score it about a 5. I think that the heel turn was the completely wrong thing to do. I think that we were denied quite a few shows where we could have had like loads of energy. Like the crowd just really wanted to celebrate Cena, and we had Cena go out there being a heel and like going off on the crowds. So I mean, the crowd were still trying to buy the shirts and have fun, but Cena was going out there and just pouring cold water on it. You know, we should have just let that kind of love for Cena run wild this year. We should have just let it just completely run wild, and every arena should have been just going crazy, and we should have been doing some really fun stories, and, you know, but instead, like a heel turn this year, I've never believed in it. It's not like I saw it and then hated it. I hated it before it even happened. I didn't believe in it. I hated the run. Just think it's, yeah. So I really think that was a big negative. You can maybe say a couple of things came out of it, like so I'm going to give it a 5 overall. I'm trying to think if there was anything good that came out of it genuinely. I was going to say the pipe bomb, you know, where Cena did the pipe bomb, but I mean, I thought that was okay, but I didn't think it was anything special. There was people out there that seemed to think it was something special. I didn't. I didn't need that. I suppose maybe some of the stuff with R-Truth, you know, where we actually got some Cena R-Truth interaction. That was good. We definitely wanted that. I think we still could have done that if we had kept him babyface, though. I don't think that we had to turn him heel so that we could do, you know, fun bits with R-Truth. I think we could have still done fun bits. I mean, imagine if, like, R-Truth had been in trouble and Cena had come to his rescue. Like, that would have been awesome. And so we definitely still could have done some R-Truth stuff. Definitely could have still done the Randy Orton match. I mean, we technically did the Cody matches face versus face at SummerSlam. And we did the Cena AJ matches face versus face. You could absolutely have done Cena versus CM Punk still. You didn't need to turn him heel to do that match. Could have done it as face versus face. Absolutely could have still had Cena against Randy Orton. Just could have done it as face versus face. Yeah, no, I would really struggle to find anything good that came out of that heel turn. Apart from the actual moment, the turn itself, which was obviously a massive moment. I'd say that might be the only good thing. So other than that, I mean, I think his best moments have been his match at SummerSlam with Cody, obviously the match against AJ Styles. I think the big moment is going to be his final match where he walks away and says goodbye at Saturday night's main event. That'll be the big moment, of course. But not a great year in my opinion. I give it about a 5. Everything in One said, who are the Wyatts feuding with? Is it MFTs or Psycho Clowns? Well, it's kind of both, isn't it? I think on WWE it's MFTs. In AAA it's Pagano and Psycho Clown. I think Pagano, Psycho Clown will probably just lead to one match, and they'll probably build into that match for whenever their next big show is. I would imagine they're going to want that show to be a show that we can tune into, because that Heroes Immortals, or whatever it's called, that happened at the weekends, could not find it. I mean, we actually stuck around after Halloween Havoc to see if we could find it, because I was still feeling okay after that show. I'd done UFC. I'd done Halloween Havoc. I think I'd streamed for about 12 hours. And my voice was pretty much shot, but there was still, it wasn't like I was just like, I still had enough there where it's like, do you know what? I feel fine. So, I mean, like, I could sit and watch this AAA show, and I am interested in watching Jack Cartwheel. I am because we watch him in Evolve, and he was on that show. Natalia was going to be on that show. And of course, main event, Dragon Lee against Dominic Mysterio. Could be fine. Worth a watch. Not essential, but I'd watch it. And of course, the Wyatts were expected to kind of make their presence felt. So I was sort of down for, like, should we see how it goes, right? I'm not going to commit to it, but should we put it on and see how we feel? I mean, if people would be like, nah, I'm going to go to bed, and people started drifting away from the chat, then I might be like, yeah, no, you're right, let's not. But if people were, like, still quite engaged and energetic and still on boards, I was up for sticking around. Could not find the flipping thing anywhere. It was not, I knew it wasn't on Netflix. I did wonder if they were going to show it on YouTube. They didn't. There was a few rumors it was on this account, that account. We visited a few, they weren't there. And yeah, just nowhere to be seen. I still don't know where you watch it in the UK. I have no idea. Other than getting a VPN and, like, going to a different country and all that kind of stuff, which I just wasn't into doing all of that. But other than that, I had absolutely no idea where to find the show. So I think in regards to the next AAA show that we can watch, that might be what they're trying to build the Wyatts for. When it comes to WWE, it'll be like the MFTs, won't it? That they're like, that's the main feud. But Robbie said they're probably going to face Pagano Psycho Clown at the November 2nd special. If they win, it'll be another set of tag titles that won't be defended much, said Robbie. JDS said, I'm starting to believe the War Games heel team, which is being shown. The 6th video has got hands, but with a ring on a finger, which is maybe Paul. I don't know. Well, WrestleVotes have said it's WrestleMania 42 promo. So, yeah, when I saw was it the 4th video today? Because obviously I think there was 3 that were shown yesterday. And then obviously there's been another, I think, 3 today. So, I mean, 5 is a Survivor Series team. And then the 6th is clearly Paul Heyman because of the hands and the Hall of Fame ring, right? So, yeah, you could definitely look at that and see it as a Survivor Series team. I still could believe that it's a promo hype thing for Survivor Series. But WrestleVotes are saying it's actually a hype video for WrestleMania 42. So, to be honest, there's just no kind of engagement there. There's no mystery there. There's no intrigue there for me now. WrestleVotes are obviously very good, very accurate. I totally believe that it is just a promo now for, well, I think WrestleMania 42, but I could believe it's a promo for Survivor Series. Netforce said, I heard WWE could possibly use the Andrade situation to leverage getting Edge back, says Netforce. They could, but Edge would want to have to come back. That seems to me like it's a fan theory. That's like, oh, they could use Andrade as a way of like getting Edge back, but I mean, does Edge want to come back? Do WWE want him back? I mean, WWE said to him, look, we can give you like a part-time contract. And Edge was like, no, I want to work full-time. And that's why he left. He left because he wanted more than what WWE were going to give him, like. And so that's why he ended up going to AEW. I think if Edge's contract expires and he is up for coming back with like a part-time deal, you know, doing like just the occasional shows, I think WWE will always offer him that. I don't think that's the problem. But the problem was that he wanted to work full-time. Maybe he's got that out of his system now. But I don't know that WWE need to leverage his return, if this makes sense. I don't really understand that. I don't know when his contract's up. I don't think WWE are, you know, really looking at Edge as being like a needle mover for them. They had him before, you know, and I don't think he kind of moved the needle drastically, if at all. So, I don't know. That strikes me as a fan theory, to be honest. That strikes me as some fans that would like Edge to come back and they're just kind of speculating, you know. Because I've not heard that WWE are like desperate for him to come back or anything. And as I said, he left because he wanted more than what they were offering. So he might not even want to come back if he still wants to work like a full-time schedule. Aaron, hello, hope you're doing well. If we're going to promote WrestleMania, then there's only one way. Do it in an empty room press conference where Michaels and Taker get no chair like you, Daze. Aaron, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. It is disappointing, isn't it, if this is what they've done to promote WrestleMania? I mean, I feel like it's okay to promote WrestleMania, but to do it in this way where, of course, it's not a surprise, is it? It's not a surprise to you, and it's not a surprise to me. I mean, we can be honest that if you were going to do little vignettes like this, before you've even played them, you know that people are going to speculate wildly about what this is. I know that, and you know that, right? If you're going to show some feet walking with no caption, absolutely nothing, but it's just some feet walking down a corridor, and it's like 15 seconds long, and you just put that up randomly on your social media, what reaction do you think you're going to generate? You're going to generate people speculating, because, you know, that's part of the fun, isn't it? You know, that is something wrestling fans like to do. And I don't think wrestling fans are wrong to do that. I know there's people out there blaming the fans going, oh, you've blown this out of proportion. But it's like, well, no, because WWE know as they're posting this that it's going to get people talking. This is exactly why they did it. They did it because they want the attention. Right? That's why you do this. Otherwise, just put some out saying WrestleMania next year, right? Do a video showing people walk down the corridor, and then, you know, at the end of the video, show that it's connected to WrestleMania. The reason why they haven't done that, and the reason why they've done, like, you know, series of videos spaced out throughout the weekend, is because they want people to speculate. You can't blame fans for speculating when that is exactly the reaction that WWE wanted. But why would WWE do that to the fans when the reveal is going to be so underwhelming? The reveal is WrestleMania, which we already know is going to happen. I mean, it's not a great surprise. It's not like we didn't know there was a WrestleMania next year. So if the reveal is, guess what, guys? WrestleMania next year. I mean, what do you want? How do you want the fans to react? I mean, I get I really understand the frustration. I've seen people online going, man, if you're upset that this is just going to lead to WrestleMania, that's on you. You blew this out of proportion. It's like, mate, this is exactly what WWE wanted the fans to do. They wanted them to speculate. They wanted them to blow this up and to talk about, get excited, theorize about. This is exactly what WWE wanted, because they want, obviously, everyone talking about WrestleMania next year, creating a buzz for WrestleMania. But it's dirty. It's dirty because you got everyone excited for something actually juicy was coming, something really interesting was going to happen, and you got everyone excited for it, and then you've gone and let them down. And this is in a year where all we've said and all I've read from you guys is how uncreative, how underwhelming 2025 has been. You know, it's not just me. I mean, like, it's not just me sitting here saying it. Like, I read it from your comments. I read it in the review video that we do after all the shows. People say to me, like, how underwhelming WWE has been. I have to read people saying, I think I'm done with WWE at the moment. I mean, I'll come back if it gets better, but this is just nothing like the Bloodline. You know, these are the comments I read. These are the things that I see. And then WWE go and pull a stunt like this. And then there's people out there blaming the fans. I mean, this is, I don't know, man. It's just the disconnect. There does feel like there is a disconnect between what they're doing and, you know, what the fans are looking for. It just feels, do you know, I really feel like if this was politics, you know, if this was politics and you could run, I really feel like I could make a good campaign to run to be like, you know, I don't know, head of creative or whatever, because I feel like, you know how Donald Trump came into office and he was saying about how the politicians don't work for you. You know, like it's just a swamp. We're going to drain the swamp. All those politicians, they're working for themselves. They're not working for you. They're not helping you. They're not giving you what you want or what you need. I really feel like I could make a campaign where I run for, like, you know, head of creative, saying the exact same message in regards to WWE. They're just looking out for themselves. They're trying to get money from ticket sales, trying to get money from sponsorships. If they do give you an interesting tease, something to get excited about, turns out it's only to promote WrestleMania. So, you know, that was a whole waste of time. People getting all excited about that. You know, I feel like I could launch a political campaign where it's like, put me in charge of creative. I'll give you the show you want. I've spoke to fans for years and years and years. I know what fans enjoy. I know what they don't enjoy. I know what they're looking for. I know what their frustrations are. Like, I get it. I understand. I'd spend all day reading what fans online are frustrated about and how they react to different things. I've got a really good understanding of what the fan base is looking for. I could make a full-blown campaign. But, you know, and that's how it feels. It feels like they're out of touch. That's how it feels. It feels like they're out of touch. It feels like in 2025 they're lost. It feels like they're lost. And I say that in regards to the way the Vision has been booked. I say that in regards to the way that Cody has been booked. I say that with the backlash to Jey winning that Battle Royal. I say it with the frustration I see of people talking about how Julia is being underused and how they're not, like, really getting behind new talent like, say, Carmelo, and that, you know, there's just a lot of frustration. Tag division is dead. They did well with the SmackDown division, but that's gone cold now. You know, you kind of look around and there's just, like, all these misfires and there's all these things that have gone wrong in 2025. And so, you know, you finally get something that you can get your teeth into, like these teasers, and then flipping turns out it's all promotion for, like, WrestleMania or Survivor Series. And I get it. Like, if that is what it's going to be revealed to be, that's going to be another thing, just another thing that people are going to be like, oh my God, this flipping company, this year, what have you been doing? What has gone wrong? I mean, it's like they had some secretly a really creative person, some really good person in WWE that, I don't know, left at the start of the year, and we just have really struggled to adapt without them. That's how it feels. They feel out of touch. They feel like they're just getting a lot of stuff wrong this year. And, this is just the latest example, isn't it? A big campaign, a big tease that leads to something so mediocre that we already knew was happening. There's no great surprise that next year is WrestleMania. So let's just hope Donald Trump doesn't run when he leaves office to become head of creative, because he could launch the exact same Make Wrestling Great Again. Yeah, he could launch the exact same campaign. And listen, if he's going to say the kind of things that we all know are wrong, and he's going to say the right things, he might get hired. I don't know. They might get rid of Triple H, bring Donald Trump in. That's how Donald Trump got elected in America. He pointed out what was wrong with the landscape, and enough people bought into it. And, enough people are just tired of politicians. I'm tired of flipping people in creative that think they're good enough that clearly are not. That's what I'm tired of. That's my rant for the day done. I do understand, though, why people are so frustrated. And then you see people online blaming the fans, and you go, wow. Is that Triple H's burner account or something? Indra, shout out to you, said, Daze, what if Braun wins the World Heavyweight title before Mania, and then Roman wins the Royal Rumble, okay? And then we've got the Chamber in Chicago. Punk most likely wins. Okay, yeah. Mania, one main event would be Braun Roman, okay? And the second one would be Punk Cody. Indra, shout out to you. So Braun winning World Heavyweight Championship. Let's say he does that at the Rumble, right? Not in the match, but he gets the title match. So, yeah, that can happen. Roman wins the Rumble. That can happen. Chamber in Chicago, Punk wins. That can happen. Cody currently champion. I mean, you can absolutely get to those matches that way. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Is that the Mania that we're looking for? I think that's what it would come down to, isn't it? Is that the Mania you want? I mean, if that's the Mania you want, if those are the two main events you want, then yep, absolutely fine that you can get to it that way. I would say, what would I say? I would say it's fine. I would say I feel like there might be something a little more exciting. Obviously, The Rock, if you could get The Rock involved, would be a little more exciting. We do need to build new stars. So Braun feels like someone we probably should be investing in. I know that it divides opinion, but I think that having him around Seth is obviously helpful, but it is not... It doesn't get the job done by itself. And I think the problem we've got with Braun is that we have not really managed to consistently build his aura. There's been times where he has, speared people or, spoke trash to, say, Roman. And he stood over a fallen Roman. And, there's been times where he feels, okay, there's something there. But then there's other times where he'll lose matches. Or, he'll just look a bit of a goof, or he'll try and cut a promo and trip over his words. And there's times where you're like, I don't know, man. So I'd say it's been a bit of a mixed bag. Just having him out there has not been enough. It's hard for me to sit here right now and get excited about Braun being in one of those main events. I know he should be, but it doesn't change the fact that I can't get excited for it. Because we just ain't built his aura up. I mean, I thought we really mishandled them last week. I ranted about it. I know not everyone agrees, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with anything that I say. The only thing that you're going to get from me is me being honest, right? Telling you after everything I've read, everything I've seen, everything I've watched, this is how I feel, right? And this is how I'm seeing it. And you don't have to agree with it, and that's absolutely fine. But for me, Braun at the moment has had very mixed aura, mixed bag. Like, it's hit and miss. Some things good, some things bad. Right now, he feels like you could give him the world heavyweight title and give him a run with it. Let's see how it goes. But it's really hard for me to get excited about him being in the main event of WrestleMania, night 1 or 2. I mean, either of those, just, I don't know, it's hard for me to get excited for it. There's so many other things I would much rather see. The Rock being one, unfortunately. I know that we need to build new stars. I do understand that. But my honest answer is I would be more excited for Rock Roman than I would Braun Roman. And I don't think that I'm kind of alone in that. I don't feel like the work has been done yet. I don't feel like Braun is close enough where there's even a thought of like, should it be Braun? Should we go with Punk Cody? Braun probably should be in there. He doesn't even feel close. So to me, like that's my one barrier with that. Him against Roman, though, is a match that, we do need to see. So, yeah. In the other one, Punk and Cody. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's not a match I'm massively looking for. It's face versus face. I'd like Punk to get night 2 main event. I think if it was a heel Cody, that would work. Because that might give me that might be what I'm just missing there. Face versus face. I think I tell you my barrier with that. I think I can identify why it's a slight problem for me. I feel sorry for Cody. I feel this. If you've watched this channel for a while, I feel sorry for Cody. The point I keep making is that if you look at WrestleMania 41, he wins the title at WrestleMania 40. Brilliant, yeah. I think we'd all agree one of the best main events in WrestleMania history. Cody finishes the story. Amazing, yeah. How do we follow that up? That's the question. How do we follow it, right? So then we go to SummerSlam. Do you remember who we faced at SummerSlam after WrestleMania 40? It was Solo. Horrible. What I just said about Braun is exactly how I felt about Solo. Like, we should be investing in the future, but the aura is not there. And so it doesn't feel like a match I can get really excited for. And really, we only did that to bring Roman back at the time, because Roman comes back in that match. So Solo was like a horrible SummerSlam opponent. It was not a big enough match. It didn't have the aura required. Solo was not used to having matches on that scale, main event in big shows. And actually, if you look at it now, it's bonkers, isn't it? Imagine Solo now main event in a SummerSlam. Just seems weird, doesn't it? And it felt weird at the time. It just didn't work. So we really, dropped the ball there for Cody. He needed a much better opponent. Then you look at what we gave him at WrestleMania this year. We gave him John Cena, right? Turned John heel, even though the crowds were still behind him. Cody got no love from that crowd. They wanted John to get 17. They didn't want John to lose his WrestleMania match. So you sort of look at what Cody's been booked in. He got booked against Solo, horrible. Got booked against John Cena at WrestleMania. Okay, you tried to turn him heel, didn't work. Crowd still were firmly behind John. Of course they want John to win his last Mania match. Of course they want John to win 17. Doesn't matter if John tells them all they're fat and ugly. They're not bothered, right? They love John Cena, right? And most of them are fat and ugly. So it didn't make any difference, right? So, they weren't going to be booing John. So, as a result of that, that's another big show that Cody is going in with horrible booking. And then you look at what they did for SummerSlam, and this might have been the worst out of all of them, because just as that heel run of Cena's was starting to actually get some people to boo him, because at least now 17 had been done. Yeah, 17, winning the 17th championship, it had been done. So that kind of extra element had been removed. Cena had been a heel for a little while at this point, right? And there was a few Cody fans that were around. And if you look at the reaction that Cena and Cody get on that SmackDown just before SummerSlam, right? The go home SmackDown, go back, watch it. You'll see mixed reactions for Cena, really good positive reactions for Cody, right? Mixed reactions for Cena, really good positive reactions for Cody. So for the first time, it was like, okay. It feels like Cody is going to go in and have some support now, right? He didn't get it at WrestleMania, but he should get it now at SummerSlam. And you know what we did on that SmackDown. We flipping turned John Cena face. That is the show that we turned John Cena face on. And all of a sudden, the whole crowd's right back on side with John. Right back on side with John. I mean, honestly, if I'm Cody Rhodes, I'm just like, I swear, they're doing this on purpose. They are doing this on purpose. If anyone wants to say to me, do you think they are punishing Cody Rhodes because of the whole AEW thing? Here's my theory. My theory is that, yeah, they gave him the belt so that it doesn't look like they would punish AEW. But look at how he's been booked since he's been champion. Do you think there's something in it? I would say no, I don't think there is. But I do see where you're coming from. I do get your point because the booking for Cody has been atrocious. It has been horrific. It has been, honestly, negligence on a level that is hard to comprehend. It has been so flipping bad. And I don't even care if anyone from WWE Creative is watching this. Like, I really hope they are. I know that WWE do watch these streams from time to time because they have used some reactions from the actual streams, not from the little clips that I put out. So if you do work for WWE, if you do work for Creative, I just want you to know, I think you are garbage. I think you are absolute garbage. I think you are so rubbish at your job. If you work in WWE Creative, I actively want you to get replaced with AI because I think you're so bad. I'm sure you was great when you was writing TV. I'm sure you did some really good stuff, but this isn't good for you. You're not good at this, right? You're not good at this. This isn't you're not an expert in this field. You've tried something. Listen, we all take chances. Don't we? We all do things, don't we, that we don't know if they're going to work or not, and this ain't worked for you, right? So I wish you all the best in your future endeavours, right? I wish you all the best in your future endeavours. And I don't like seeing humans get replaced by AI, but you really do deserve to be honest, right? You do deserve to be. There are some humans out there that deserve to get replaced, and that's you, right? If you are watching this. Yeah, I'm sending this with love. I'm saying this as nicely as I can. I hope you lose your jobs, right? Because honestly, the booking has been flipping awful. Awful. So, to go back to what you were saying, putting Cody now in a match with Punk, a babyface that gets so much love and support, well, it would be bang in line, really, with what Creative have been doing, where it would just be another big show where Cody goes in with, mixed reactions. Like, do you remember Hogan? Do you remember how we used to book Hulk Hogan? Do you remember, he went in at WrestleMania 1 against Rowdy Roddy Piper? Yeah? Do you remember at WrestleMania 2 he faced King Kong Bundy? Do you remember at WrestleMania 3 took on Andre the Giant? Do you remember at WrestleMania 4 he took on Andre the Giant? Do you remember at WrestleMania 5 he took on heel Macho Man? It wasn't until we got to WrestleMania 6 that he faces a babyface Ultimate Warrior, and he only did that because he was going away to do TV and films. That was the whole reason as to why we did the match. It was a passing of the torch. Here you go, mate. I'm off to Hollywood for a bit. You carry this for a while. It's your show now. That was the only reason we did it. When he came back, he faced heel Sergeant Slaughter. Then he faced heel Sid Justice. Then he faced heel Yokozuna. Right? What are we doing with Cody Rhodes? Where's all these big monster heels? Where are they? Where's the big monster Andre the Giant of 2025? Where's the big monster King Kong Bundy? Where's the monster flipping Rowdy Roddy Piper and all these people? Keep putting him in there with flipping John Cena and all these baby faces. You're putting him in there with Drew McIntyre right now, and I've got people sending me messages going, you know Drew's right, don't you? You know Drew's right. You know Drew's right. You know Drew's telling the truth. Drew never lies. He's just telling his version of the truth. Why can't you see it? There's people out there that think Drew is a baby face. So anyway, that's my rant. That's my creative rant. And then you've gone and dropped a load of blooming trailers that got people excited, and then they've turned out to be promotional videos for WrestleMania. What the flip? What the actual flip? Honestly, would it be that bad if Donald Trump wanted to run creative? Would it even be worse? It might not. Triple H goes to the White House a lot. What if he said to Donald Trump, listen, you're done in, 2028, is it, I think? You made America great again, or you gave it a good go, right? I mean, why not? Come in. Bring Ivanka. We could probably do something with her. She could be the new Steph, couldn't she? You know? Let's go. Indra said, it always feels like Cody should have gone heel instead of Cena. And then the Cena story would have been him chasing the 17th. They made the same mistake with Cena in 2006 when he was getting mixed reactions, and Roman in 2015. Well, I mean, look, if you turn Cody, you turn Cody. It's not something that I would be particularly looking for. I do think that Cody, with the right creative, can get support. I think that there was a lot of support for Cody. I just think, right, Cody trying to finish his story had the people on his side, right? People were with him all the way up to WrestleMania 40. There was a whole we want Cody thing. I understand there was a counter we want Rock movement, right? I'm not going to say everyone was on board, but it was the majority. The majority wanted Cody to finish his story at WrestleMania 40. And I think that main event match was really well received and good vibes. Babies were being thrown in the air. Everyone was celebrating. Like, it was fantastic, right? Brilliant. I listen, as much as I've just gone off on WWE Creative, I'm going to applaud and say, brilliant. What you put together in the main event of WrestleMania 40, brilliant. Yeah, loved it. Great. Well done. Cena, Rock, Undertaker moment. Brilliant. So good. So we were there. It was great. Everything was good. Rock and roll was back. It was great. But the problem is, if you don't follow it up with good creative and you just allow him to drift, then of course he's going to get stale and it's going to get boring and fans are going to get bored and they're going to want something more exciting. And that's what happened. That's what happened. It got boring, it got stale, and people wanted something more exciting. And it's because they just didn't give Cody anything creative to do. There was nothing to do. There was just nothing to do. I've had this conversation so many times. If anyone can point to where Cody was given great creative and he failed it, then, absolutely, I'm willing to have that conversation. But I don't see it. I don't see where this great creative was that Cody just struggled to deliver. I mean, the most creative they got was him and Kevin when we had the Winged Eagle, and that was by far the best part of his title run. When they actually did something creative, where we had the Winged Eagle and him and Kevin outside the bus, and the fans caught the footage on their phones, like, that was really good. That was good. I'll give that praise. That was good. And they actually did some stuff there. And that was by far the best part of the run. His first run. That was kind of December going into January, 24 into 25. And it was the best part. And it led to a great match at the Royal Rumble. A brilliant match. Where you might remember, there was ladders and, all this stuff. And it was brutal. Kevin got absolutely busted open. I think there's footage in WWE Unreal just after that match. It was so good. I mean, I'll praise that part of the run. I think that was brilliant. But I think that was the most creative thing they had him do. So if you want to turn him heel, turn him heel. I don't care. Like, just whatever. I think that he can be a face. I think it can work. I just really think the creative has just been awful, just absolutely awful. So turn him. If you want to turn him, just turn him. I think your WrestleMania, I mean, look, let's go back to the original conversation. The WrestleMania you proposed is fine. It's fine. I wouldn't hate on it. I wouldn't be down on it. I think there's probably some better matches, some other matches I would be looking for. My two concerns would be that I would feel like Cody's getting a bit screwed again by having to face a baby face. It means the fans are going to be split once more. And my other concern would be I just don't get that excited for Braun at the moment. I just think that Braun, his aura needs building. If we can fix both of those, then sign me up. Yeah, sign me up. I'd be down for those. So Indra, very, very thought-provoking, but really appreciate the comments. Really appreciate the support as well, dude. So very good. And as I said, if we ended up with those, I think they make sense. You can see why we would want those matches. So very good. Amari said, Cody is great, but he doesn't get put in the right storylines. They should treat him better, but no one talks about him. Everyone thinks he's the golden boy, but in reality, they are treating him like beep. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't help himself sometimes in regards to this Drew feuds. You know, he went away to do Street Fighter. So, I mean, this Drew feud should be one of the best feuds that Cody can have, right? The problem is he went away for a month in September to do Street Fighter. When he came back, we obviously just went straight into a match. The match was okay, but I mean, it's just not, again, there's just not much there, is there? I mean, I'm so tired of people just like cutting promos or coming down to make a save and getting attacked. Like, I just feel like, what happened? Do you remember back in the Attitude Era, there used to be this fixation on vehicles. There was always vehicles involved. There was buses getting blown up. There was limos getting blown up. There was beer trucks being driven out into the arena. Cars getting trashed and smashed into. And I just feel like there was a lot of vehicles that were constantly getting used as props. It's like, we don't really do much of that anymore. I know that we got like the tsunami on top of the car the other year when it was Bronson against Braun. But what I would say is if you look at that moment, I think that moment puts a lot of aura onto Bronson Reed. I think that you could actually point to that moment as a key moment that Bronson goes from there to there. I think it really elevated him. Do you know why? Because it was badass. It was cool. He did a tsunami on top of a car, right? And the roof kind of caves in as Braun Strowman was driven through the roof. And it's like, we just don't see those things very often. And I know that you can't do them all the time because then they would lose impact. But those kinds of things, when we're talking about creative, not being creative, it's because we're doing a lot of promos and matches and we just don't do much more than that. There is a world beyond the arenas. Like, even if you do venture into the parking lot, you know, like there is at least that. But I mean, you could go even further. They do have homes, you know, they do have personal lives. There is like this whole other stuff that we could be digging into. I mean, we could be doing vignettes. We could be digging into character backstories. We could be doing loads of that stuff. There seems to be a real reluctance to do that. We just don't do it, which makes me think that, is there a reason why we don't do it? Is it because of money? A TKO just really tight with the budget? You know, with Vince, he could do what he wanted when he wanted. Is it now a bit more restrictive, maybe, where we just don't have the budget for that? And so maybe, yeah, we can't trash vehicles like we used to. Perhaps we can't do loads of shoots in different locations. I don't know. I don't know what the restriction is, but we just haven't been doing it. But I mean, that to me would be like good, exciting, different. You know, it'd give us something to talk about. But I mean, we don't even do that much in regards to like backstage segments, like being in locker rooms and like really digging into the characters. I'd say we've done a bit more in recent weeks. I'd say recent weeks we've seen an increase in that. But if you look at 2025 as a whole, that we have not done loads of. We do a lot of like corridor conversations, and a lot of those corridor conversations are just to set up the next match. A lot of those corridor conversations, like, I don't know, bumping into Adam Pearce or go into his office or something like that, like, or someone will say something sassy to someone backstage, and there'll be a match that gets made as a result. Like, we do a lot of those very quick, short, just getting us from A to B type things. But what we don't do a lot of is, threads that kind of go throughout the shows, like we did with the Bloodline and all that kind of stuff. Well, we've had this conversation so many times. But that's the stuff to me that's been missing. We have seen it a little bit more recently. But, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed we get something decent tonight. But it is a go-home show for Saturday night's main event. And I think Saturday night's main event looks okay, honestly. Let's just have a look at the full cards. I don't mind the Jade turn, to be honest. I don't mind the Jade turn. Let's have a look. Let's click over here. So we've got Saturday night's main events. Let's go down to the 25th. Or 2025. Right, we've got 3 matches so far. CM Punk, Jey Uso. I know it's not what people were looking for. I don't mind it, if I'm being honest, because I do think there's something going on with Jey. I think the Jimmy Jey situation is very interesting. So I'm interested to see, how that's going to go, how that's going to play. So CM Punk versus Jey Uso, singles match for the vacant World Heavyweight Championship. I'm hoping Punk gets it. If Jey gets it, then, I don't mind us trying to, like, move him towards being a heel. I don't know that they'll do that because I think he sells a lot of merch. I think he means a lot to the kids. But CM Punk, Jey Uso, okay, there's maybe enough story around it that it's like, okay, how's that going to go? Is Jey going to turn? Is Jimmy going to get involved? Is Jimmy going to attack Jey? Does Jimmy take out Punk? Does Punk win the title and have a proper run now? There's just enough about it where I'm interested. I know that a lot of people would be into Punk against LA Knight. That would still be interesting. I actually feel, though, because of the Jimmy, Jey acting moody, I think that those wrinkles kind of make it interesting to me. So, not down on that. Cody against Drew, I think the build has been awful. It's not a match I really care about. We're moving this, I think it was meant to be at Survivor Series, and now we're moving it here. And so that means that we are likely going to get Cody retain. I would imagine we're going to likely get Cody retain. I think, I suppose in a way I'm quite surprised that Drew, I don't know. I feel like Drew, when he was in his feud with Punk, was on social media and was doing some really good stuff. I feel like Drew has done a bit of social media. I remember when he got DQ'd, he did a little thing from the gym not long after. So do you remember last week when he got like hit with the belt and it was a DQ? He cut a promo from the gym later that night and he was like, I can't sleep. I'm absolutely livid. I'm just raging. And he was just going off. That was quite good. We haven't had loads of that, though. It's felt a little bit dry. It's felt a little bit flat, a bit bland, not very exciting, honestly. So Cody Drew, fine. I mean, hopefully the match will be a banger. Hopefully it'll be good. I expect Cody to retain, but yeah, I don't know. It's just not popping off for me. It's just not like, oh my God, yeah, that's going to be mind blown. Tiffany Jades, yeah, not bad. I know that people are down on Tiffany. Her run has gone a bit stale. Jades, she came in from AEW, didn't she? And she was lacking. They put her with Bianca in a tag team to try and bring her up to speed. I think that she has developed. I suppose now it's just a case of, are you ready? Are you ready now? You had your time in AEW. You've had your time on the main roster. You know, I'm hoping you've spent every hour of every day just trying to improve, trying to learn, trying to develop, trying to become an even better performer. So, you know, there's just no more babysitting than can be done. We've turned you heel. We've given you a big-ish moment, you know, and feels right. I think her as a heel, you know, she wasn't getting like great reactions from the fans. She had a few supporters, but like I think as a heel, this makes more sense. So I'm down for that. I just hope it's a good match. I hope they can both go out there and just Tiffany bring the best of what she's got. Jade bring the best of what she's got. Hopefully, maybe you keep the match relatively short, like no longer than, say, 8 minutes. 8 to 10 minutes. Keep it tight. Tell them to work at a decent pace. Work on a few spots. Practice them. We don't want to do spots that get botchy. There's way too many botchy looking spots in Tiffany matches where, you know, that she goes for something, doesn't quite get it, or it's just not quite right. Like, let's just nail these. Let's just make them look absolutely pucker mint. Keep it tight. Lovely pace. New champion. Start the Jade era. I'm all right with that. Honestly, I'm all right for it. I know that people are down on Jade. I get it. I mean, it is a leap of faith, to be honest with you. It is a leap of faith. She does have a good look. She does have a good size. I think there is potential there as a result. You know, we know that look presentation is very important. But as a heel, I'd give her a couple of people as well. I wouldn't have her out there on her own. She needs some girls to kind of do some, you know, bidding for her. I'd give her some NXT talent. Give her, you know what I mean? If she had like a JC Jane and a Fallon Henley, that could work. So you've got JC and Fallon as the two girls that kind of go off and do the dirty work, and they can work as well. They could go off as a tag team. They can, you know, do some sneak attacks. They could be a great support. So it doesn't have to be them. I mean, obviously you could bring up someone else from NXT or even use some girls that are already just kicking around on the main roster. But there's something there maybe with her as a heel. So I'm not like totally down on that. But those are the only 3 matches that we've got so far for Saturday night's main event. Do we think they'll add members to a group, or will it be a new group, or is it the same people? Maya, are you talking about those things? We just had a rant on that, but WrestleVotes are saying that it is just promotion for WrestleMania, so we'll have to see if that turns out to be true. We don't know yet, but they are pretty adamant that it is promotion for WrestleMania. Steve said Jade needed some time in NXT. It really was a disservice to her. Christian said, I feel like this Raw is going to be huge with cryptic people walking in and the WWE posts. Do you agree? No. Not after the WrestleVotes tweet. I'm sensing a lot of people haven't heard that news, actually. I'm just from reading what I'm reading. I mean, like, to me, the teasers and everything are done. It's kind of over. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm not, they don't know, I'm not bothered by them. They don't do anything for me now. I think if that is what it is, then I would imagine it is. As we said, WrestleVotes are a very good source. I'd put them as higher source as you're going to find. I'm trying to think if they've ever really missed with anything, and I can't necessarily remember anything. Normally, if WrestleVotes says something, it comes true. So WrestleVotes are about as good a source as you're going to find. If they're saying that it is to do with WrestleMania, then, well, that's it. It's over. Like, in my mind, that's it. Like, we don't need to sit and speculate and waste time and everything. It's WrestleMania, so... Junkwax Obsessed said, thanks for the feature in the My Community. You're welcome, but my 5-year-old was bragging to all her siblings that she was on YouTube. Very good. Very good. No, you're welcome, but I hope you had a good time. Very good. Right. I watched the full uncut version of the Japanese match, says Armando. It's definitely 10 out of 10. And it shows that she's being held back by the WWE style. Oh, is that EO? I've not seen them. I've only seen a few highlights. I was trying to watch and I was trying to understand why the match felt so good from the highlights I was watching. And I think she can bring a lot of that into WWE. There's probably a few moves that, they wouldn't want. And there's probably a bit more keeping the crowds kind of invested. It's probably a few more moments where you do something and then you sort of, take the credit for it. Because I was watching the thing and they were doing a spot, and then they might sell a little bit, but then they were getting back up, doing spots. There wasn't as much kind of gesturing to the crowds, which is a very WWE thing. You see it a lot where the wrestlers take time to look to the crowd or try and get the crowd come on, connected. They tried to keep them connected to the match. But there didn't seem to be as much of that during this match. And but yeah, apart from some of the moves, which I think WWE would be not sure about that, but it kind of felt like, yeah, you could do a match like that in WWE. I'd even go as far as to say that I think EO has come quite close this year to bringing that into WWE. I mean, it would be unfair to say that EO has not been killing it, I mean, she's been doing fantastic. It's not like her matches in WWE have been 3 stars, 4 stars. I mean, she's legit been getting 4.4. I think the Rhea EO Bianca match at Mania did get 5 stars from Dave Meltzer. I don't know what Meltzer gave EO Rhea at Evolution, but I mean, it's got to be 4.5 minimum. Because I thought that match was fantastic. That's the one that's the one where Naomi cashes in. So Naomi cashes in on that one, and it was so good. I just want to have a look at that. It's taking ages to load, though. I don't know if Cage Match is down or if my internet's a bit slow. I am on Starlink. It's probably my flipping internet. If I can get onto it, I'll have a look. But yeah, she's been having some really good matches in WWE, so I don't feel like she's a million miles away. But yeah, I agree. From what I saw, that match looked really good. Smokey Digglera. Shout out to you, my friend. Digglera. Smokey Digglera. I don't even care if that's how it's pronounced. It's how it's pronounced now. Smokey, shout out to you, buds. And Adam said, here's a tip for the tip jar. Well, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate it, Adam. It goes towards the ever-increasing chair funds, which I'm probably gonna seek one out at Christmas. I'm going to put it on the Christmas list, put all the little donations, and very kind donations as well, towards it, and it'll go towards that. So, Adam, thank you, my friends. It is genuinely appreciated, but I hope you're well. Hope you're looking forward to Raw. I'm just looking to see if I can find this flipping Evolution score, which is just taking me a hot minute at the moment. Mountain Mama said, can you do me a favor? I've got the kids with me. I'm watching you. She never watches WWE with me. I need you to say, cool kids watch WWE with their moms. Oh, with pleasure. Cool kids watch WWE with their moms. That's fact. And that also sounds like a shirt, doesn't it? That seems like Metal Mama could be getting a new line of merch, which is going to just be cool kids watch WWE with their moms, which is actually really good. It's actually really good. I could wear that shirt. That's a shirt. Cool kids watch WWE with their moms. Cool kids watch WWE with your mom. That could be an alternative. Yes, let's go. Let's go. I very much subscribe to that. So, Metal Mama, Little Mamas, I hope you're all doing well. Johnny said, I've tagged you on the full match video. Johnny, thank you, my friends. I think I saw that link, bud, but I did not get time to actually invest into actually watching it, but I appreciate it. If I do find time over this week, I will use that link. I will watch it. I do want to watch it. It is a match that I'm very interested in seeing the full thing. I mean, when you watch highlights, of course, you can't really get a full taste, can you? It's a little bit like watching highlights of a football player if they're about to join your team. I mean, they're going to look amazing in highlights, but you're not going to be able to really understand kind of how good they are, or get the full impact unless you actually watch the full thing. When was Evolution? I mean, it was like middle of the year, wasn't it? I'm in September. I mean, it was definitely before that. This is actually painful. This is so slow. I don't even know how I'm streaming right now. I don't even know how much I'm able to stream because this is so painfully slow. I seem to remember it was like a day after Saturday night's main event. I just can't remember when that was. Zane said, I'm wondering. Hello, Zane. I hope you're well, my friends. Said, I'm wondering what to think about Jey. Personally, I'm not a fan. I think he's a bit overused and can't wrestle at the top level. I get it from a business perspective. He is a top seller, but come on. I think Jey is a good person to have on the roster. The way that I think about Jey is I think of Jey as a Jake the Snake Roberts, a Mr. Perfect, someone along those lines, a Texas Tornado, a British Bulldog. If you go back to the golden era, you had Hogan on top, and then you had this really great collection of characters. And as I said, you had like Bret Hart, British Bulldog, Mr. Perfect, Texas Tornado, Big Boss Man. I mean, there was just loads, wasn't there, of like these really good, interesting characters. To me, Jey is one of those. Like, he's a very interesting character. He's got, obviously, the entrance, the yeet-in, the kids love him. But all of that stuff, I personally, because of his match quality, don't have any interest in seeing him at the main event level. I don't have an interest in watching him, like, close WrestleMania or headline SummerSlam. Like, maybe if you can get the right story, maybe I can, get invested. Like, maybe if, like, there's something you can do there, I can get on board with it. But to be honest with you, it's not, give me all the options on the table. That's not the one that I'm going to be selecting. But I do think that he's a good character, presentation-wise. Match quality, not amazing, but, it's whatever. He's a character. Yeah, I think I feel the same way about him that a lot of people do. I feel like I don't think anyone is saying that he should be like let go or anything stupid like that. I don't think anyone's saying that he's garbage. He should be kicked out of WWE. At least I wouldn't like to think anyone's saying that. I'm certainly not saying that. I do think that as a tag wrestler, he's a hell of a lot better than he is as a singles wrestler. I think as a singles wrestler, he really gets exposed. And I do think it's his match quality that kind of lets him down. But yeah, to me, he's like one of those boss men, perfect, just great character to have around in the mid-card. You can do loads of different things with him. He can be in a faction. He can be in a tag team. He can have a mid-card run. He can come and make a save. He'll get a good pop. Kids love him, as you said, very marketable. I think I feel the same way about him that most people feel about him. I'd imagine that if we was to do a poll, that most people would probably be like, yeah, I agree. That's how I see him as well. You'll get the odd person going, no, what you want about, he's definitely a main eventer. And you'll get the odd person going, no, he sucks. He should be, I don't know. I don't think anyone would say he should be fired. But, okay, I got there eventually. 4 3/4 stars. That's what EO and Rhea got. Io Rhea with Naomi cashing in 4 3/4 stars. And I'm sure their triple threat at WrestleMania got 5 stars. So, you know, she has been delivering some really good matches this year. If I click on that, does it? No, it doesn't. I can look at all her matches this year, but unfortunately you have to click into them to actually get the match ratings. I did wonder if it... I'll just show you. I don't know why I do this. I'm always sat here looking at stuff when I could just show you what I'm looking at. So this is Cage Match. If you search for EO, you get this. If you click on matches, it will list all the matches she's ever had. And you can see all the matches. This is such a great tool, by the way. I use it all the time. So Cage Match is the website. You go to it, search for EO, click on matches. But I mean, there's loads you can do. Look, if you click on career, it will show you all the promotions she's worked for throughout the different years. So you can see there, look, she's been with WWE since 2018. She was working in other companies, but since 2018 she joined WWE, and then she was exclusively WWE. But then the past couple of years she's just done the odd Marigold match. She did 1 match that year, and she did 1 match that year. So 2024, 2025, she's done a Marigold match. Anyway, if we click back on matches, her latest one is this one against Mayu, which took place at Marigold yesterday. It was in Japan. You won't have seen it unless, you know, you're a real wrestling fan that seeked it out. And I've not seen it in its entirety yet, but I hear it's amazing. But yeah, I mean, look, I think she's had an amazing year this year. I think that we could go down and click on some of these bigger matches, and I think that it would have like some really, really good scores, not only from the fans, but also I think Meltzer has said he regards her as WWE's best in-ring worker this year. And I think I would agree with that. I think I'd have Sammy quite close as well, though. I think Sammy with that open challenge was brilliant. And his match with Kevin at the start of the year was brilliant as well. Undeniably Martin, hello, says happy birthday to Lisa. Hope you had a wonderful day, Lisa. Happy birthday, my friends. Lisa, amazing. I believe she was 15 today. So, Lisa, that is incredible. Obviously, big exams coming up soon. But, yeah, Lisa, amazing. You'll be off kissing boys soon, Lisa. Rob said, I just realised today I apparently saw Kenta wrestle for WLW when Noah came over for a training school and show. Very good. Kenta Hideo Itami in WWE. Very good. Very good. Spiller said it goes to show in Unreal the concerns they had for Jey ultimately showed itself during the title run. Yeah, I think there was some really good stuff in Unreal. I rated Unreal really high. I think it was a fantastic show. I really did. I kind of went in didn't know how much they would show us. And, okay, I'm a bit of a fangirl, yeah? I mean, if you're going to give me... if I'm going to sit there and I'm going to find some stuff out that I didn't know before or see some stuff I've not seen before, I'm going to be quite excited about it, right? One thing as a wrestling fan that you kind of learn early is that you've got to make the most of each moment because you might not get given a lot, to be honest. You know, in wrestling, you might watch a 2-hour show that doesn't have loads, but if there's a title change in there or if there is a heel turn in there or something juicy, that's what you focus on, you know, that's what you jump on. That's where the conversation is. And all right, the rest of the show was so-so, but yeah, well, we got this, didn't we? And as a wrestling fan, you kind of quickly learn that that's kind of how this game works. I mean, you're not going to have, on a regular basis, 2-3 hour shows that are just going to be mind-blowing from start to finish. It probably is unreasonable to expect that because they do put out so much content So for me, I went into Unreal just hoping to find out a few bits that I didn't know or see a few. I thought I had got quite a bit. I thought there was just loads of behind the scenes footage. I mean, like anything that was coming out of that creative room was interesting, just to see the conversations, just to see what they were saying. You know, all of that stuff was really interesting. Like the stuff to do with who do you want to win the Rumble, and they were all like, Punk. Do you think Punk? And everyone was saying Punk. And of course, you sat there going, oh, that's interesting, because he doesn't win the Rumble. And obviously, you know, the show shows you that eventually. But knowing who wins the Rumble and seeing them all saying Punk, you kind of go, wow, he was close, wasn't he, to winning that thing? He was close. So, you know, things like that I personally found to be very interesting and insightful. And I really enjoyed it. So I'm looking forward to the next season. I know there is another one on the way. I believe they've already started filming it. And I believe that Seth's injury is going to feature, which is going to be very interesting, because I don't know about you, but I'm really interested to see how Backstage reacts to that moment. And I want to see how Triple H reacts, because obviously he knows, but who else in Gorilla knew? Do you know what I mean? Like that moment in Gorilla when Seth throws the crutches away and everyone's like, oh, God damn it. Like, because they were kept in the dark, you know, and Triple H is kind of like maybe looking around. I can't wait to see that moment. I've not seen that moment. They've not put that out. That's going to be an Unreal, I'm sure. So that whole fake injury is going to be in there, and that's going to be interesting, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see what the wrestlers say. I wish some of them would be honest. I wish there'd be some that would be like, I don't like it. You don't work the boys. Because, I mean, word on the street is that's how some feel. Is that there's a lot of distrust now, and that there's a bit of, not anger, but people didn't like it. You know, it's meant to be us working the crowds. It's meant to be like all the boys in the back working together to put a show on, to kind of work the crowd, not you start working each other in the back. And but the problem is there's too many leaks. If they would all learn to shut up and not speak to the dirt sheets, if they would just keep it watertight and there'd be no leaks and no info would get, they wouldn't have to, would they? They wouldn't have to. Seth could tell them all, I'm not really injured. And if it didn't leak out, that would be absolutely fine. But, you know, some of them can't keep their mouth shut. And so as a result, you know, you can't afford to tell people in the back now. So be very interesting to see if WWE do that again in the future, or if that was just like very much a one-off situation, you know. But yeah, I agree. I liked Unreal. I thought it was good. Jord Thorpe, hello, my friend. What's that? Happy 13th month. Shout out to you, buds. Jordan, appreciate it, buds. 13 months, eh? So you must have joined in like September of last year. So you've done well there, buds. You've done well there. This has not been the strongest of years. Yeah, I am genuinely optimistic for next year, right? Which might surprise a few people, but I am optimistic for next year because I do think that WWE has done a few things better in recent months. We've spoke about that. I do think we've seen a few flickers of hope, right? I think we've seen a few green shoots coming through, which is good. So I think there definitely is some like positives. There definitely are some, you know, thumbs up. But I think this year we relied on the vision, and I think we relied on John's farewell. And I think for different reasons, both of those didn't quite click. I think John, because of turning him heel and it didn't quite work, they ended up abandoning it. And then the vision, because I think there was teething troubles. I don't think they just hit the ground running. I think that there's, you know, they're trying to figure out the dynamic. They're trying to figure out how it works. And, you know, you've got Braun and Bronson who are quite inexperienced. And so And plus also, I don't know that the creative teams right now are strong enough. I would love to know if this is the same creative team that was able to book Bloodline, or if there has been some changes, because it doesn't feel like the same people booking the Vision that booked the Bloodline. Even though Heyman's involved, even though Triple H is involved, there are big noticeable differences between those two stories and the way they were presented, and I don't really understand why. So yeah, for some reason they relied on those two. It didn't quite work. Next year we're not going to do that. We might rely on the Vision, but it's going to be a very different Vision now that Seth's out. So we might rely on that, but with Seth being out, I don't know that we're going to rely on it as much, because, well, I don't know that they can afford to. With Seth in there, you've got a bona fide star. You've got an actual guaranteed star. I don't know that you can say Braun and Bronson are that at the moment. So without Seth in that group, can you really rely on that group? I don't know. The jury's out. We're going to have to wait and see. But I'm optimistic that they'll put some support on Raw so that the Vision don't have to carry the full weight of it, right? And then we won't be able to do John Cena's heel run or farewell tour, because it will be over. So we've got to focus on something else next year. So I'm optimistic. Blank sheet of paper. Let's go again. Yeah. Hopefully we can sort 2026 out. Wrestling Void, hello my friend, said it's been 1 month. Wrestling Void, shout out to you, buds. Hope you've had a good day. Wyatt 6 American Nightmare Crow says, I think we get Jey turning at Survivor Series. Could be right, buds. You could be right. I think that Jey turning is something that's been teased. I think we could do it. I understand people saying, no, he sells too much merch. I get that. I agree with that. But I think that WWE could do something quite shocking to just shake things up, you know? I mean, I do think they've played things quite safe. I do think that you can fall into a bit of a trap of saying, oh, I'm not going to do this because, we make too much money from the merch, or I'm not going to do that because, or I'm not going to, do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like you can box yourself in a little bit too much. Sometimes you've just got to go, I know there's going to be a downside to that. And the downside is going to be, we're going to lose the merch money, but I'm hopeful that I can build up Jacob that can replace that. And we're really going to position Jacob as being, that guy. So I'm just going to pull the trigger on turning Jey. And I don't think you should be worried about like that. I get that it's important, and I understand it affects the bottom line, and I understand TKO is just money hungry. But I don't know. I feel like surely the stories come first, and then everything else just looks after itself, doesn't it? I mean, if you get the booking right, if you get the creative right, if you get the presentation right, everything else will sort itself out. Ticket sales will sort themselves out. Merch sales will sort themselves out. Because if you get the booking right, if you put that as the priority, if you make that number one, and you get great characters, great stories, interesting shows, you're going to sell merch. You're going to sell tickets. It might not be Jey, but it'll be someone else. And that's what you prioritize. So booking by going, oh, no, he sells too much merch. Listen, I'm guilty of saying that. I'll put my hands up and say that I have said that in the past, right? I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I have said that because genuinely that's how I can see TKO operating. I think that is something they consider. But should they? Is a different question, isn't it? Should they consider that? I think put the story first and everything else surely sorts itself out. And as I said, if it's not Jey's merch that sells, it'll be someone else's. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, my friends. firing in some gifted memberships. Really appreciate that, bud. Thank you, my friends. And I can see a few people have benefited from those. So if you don't know what we do 3 member streams a week. Actually, still don't know what we're doing on Wednesday, you know. Haven't even thought about that. I knew there was something I was forgetting. I will have to... I'll have to give that some thought. So Wednesday, I don't know what we're doing, but we'll do some. Tuesday, tomorrow, we've got our normal stream. Thursday, we got the big faction war this week, haven't we? So we've got that coming up as well. And then Wednesday, we will be doing something. I wonder if it should be some sort of prediction thing connected with Saturday night's main event. I don't know. I have to give that some thought. So, Wrestling Russ, thank you. And Lisa said, I'm running through the community in my birthday suit. Lisa, I really don't look for 15-year-olds to do that. That's the kind of thing that does get me in trouble, to be honest. So, if you would mind just putting your clothes back on. So, I mean, thank you, though. I appreciate the offer. But, I don't know. That doesn't really sit too comfortable with me, honestly. Yeah. Thanks, though. Maggie said, it's not my first time slagging off Asuka. She's handled... Oh, Goldberg's. I thought you meant you. So she's handled it with her usual class and grace. Old foot in the mouth Goldberg would need to look up class and grace in a dictionary. What a put down. Old trout. Goldberg, you old trout. Yeah, she was very classy, and I thought that the way that she kind of worded it was nice. She was saying basically that she's more focused on her legacy. Her legacy doesn't really mean chasing things so much. It's more about like making the most of what you're given and trying to, you know, break down barriers and trying to lay new paths and, you know, make it easier for those coming behind you. So I thought that was, you know, a really positive way of kind of looking at it. I like that. I like that mentality. You know, not being like me, I'm the best and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there's enough of that in the world. But instead being like, you know, I want to help those come in behind that can actually see that these things are possible. It's possible. I mean, I suppose in a way, like, look at what the British Bulldog did for us here in the UK. I mean, even as a kid, it blew my mind. I mean, when I saw WWE when I was young, it was like a circus. I mean, it was always in a different arena and always in a different place. There was all these wacky characters. It was a live show. The only thing I could really mentally compare it to was a circus. That was the only thing that I could really, as a reference, I could compare. There was nothing else that I could think that was like it. There was nothing else I'd ever experienced that was like it. In my mind, this was a show that was just going around, and, you know, it might come to the UK, and, you know, if it did, I obviously really wanted to go. And I did go. And, you know, you have these wacky characters, and it was just, yeah, a circus was the closest that I could really, like, compare it to. So I kind of feel that the way that she worded it, of like saying, I want to make it better than how I found it. You know, I think about watching the Bulldog being in that circus and realizing that someone from the UK could be in that world. Like, what I'm seeing on TV, like, someone from where I'm from is part of that. And so, you know, that, I think, had a big impact for a lot of people in the UK, showing that it was possible to actually do that, you know. And so the same with Asuka. You know, if you're a young girl in Japan and you're tuning into WWE, hasn't been that many Japanese women. You could go back to Bull Nakano and the Jumping Bomb Angels, But, I mean, they weren't in very long. Bull Nakano only has a couple of matches. Jumping Bomb Angels, I believe, the same. They didn't have, like, a big run or anything. And, come on, what young Japanese girl is thinking of the Jumping Bomb Angels? So, I think what Asuka's done has definitely, kind of laid a new path for girls in Japan to look at and see that there's a way forward. And then, of course, you got Io doing it now, Kairi doing it now. They all came after Asuka. Julia doing it now. So, yeah, I agree. Very classy. But then you expect that from Asuka, don't you? Because she's a classy chick. Wyatt 6, American Nightmare Crow. Thank you, my friend. Firing in a gifted membership. And same with Chaz K. Thank you, my friends. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support from everyone, including Jeremy that says, Daze, do you think not having a draft this year contributed to the creative being stale? I actually do. I think that it isn't just not having the draft. I actually think there's another problem, and that is waiting for a draft. I think that WWE at this year, it totally intended to do a draft. So my belief is that, there could have been times where we came out of WrestleMania and we might have looked at the landscape and gone, well, we need to get such and such moved around, but we'll do that for the draft. Let's just get through this periods and we'll get to the draft. I actually think that is part of the problem. It isn't just that we didn't do it. It's that I think we were actually waiting for it at times, because I can sort of base that on the fact that there was a few times in Unseen where the date kept getting moved back. And it came from decent sources where people were saying they're going to look to do a draft about a month after Mania. And then it doesn't look like it's going to fit. They're going to do it now after SummerSlam, right? I mean, if you think SummerSlam's early August? We're sat here at the end of October. It's still not happened. That says to me that internally they were looking to do it and it kept getting moved. And so there has to be a degree of not wanting to do major long stories if you don't know when the draft is coming. Imagine you're creative and you don't know when we're going to fit the draft in. I mean, you can't really put everyone into long stories if the draft is going to hit in 5 weeks. I mean, you don't want to start these big things and then the draft comes and you've got to move people. Some of your stories might survive, but a good chunk of them are going to get chopped in half, aren't they? As people have to move brands. So it isn't just that we didn't get it, it's that if they'd have said at the start of the year, we're just not going to do it, then I feel like that would have helped this year as well. Because then at least we could have just invested in what we had. But I think the fact this kept getting kicked down the road probably made it worse, even worse. So I think the draft did play a part. I understand that there is a notion out there of from some saying the draft doesn't make any difference. I disagree. I think that it can really freshen things up. You've got all these new matches that you can do, and you've got these new feuds that you can invest in. And, it just kind of brings a bit of a freshness. And, you can move, because of injuries. I mean, if you think when you have Raw and SmackDown and a blank sheet of paper, you might want 30 guys on both and let's say 20 women on both, okay? And that might be how you split it, right? Well, because of injuries, you're going to have maybe more guys out on Raw than on SmackDown, but maybe you have more girls out on SmackDown than on Raw. And so, due to injuries and people getting cut and things like that, you might end up with numbers that are not ideal. And so, again, what a draft does is it just gets you back to the levels that you should be at. I mean, as we said, Piper Niven is injured. I don't know that she's been replaced. Zoe Stark is injured. I don't know that she's been replaced. Dakota Kai has been let go. Carrion has been let go. Scarlett has been let go. Braun Strowman has been... All of this has happened. since the last draft. And we haven't like done any major moves or anything. We've brought a few people up from NXT. We've switched a couple of people over. Maybe they're happy with what they've got at the moment, but I don't know that they are. What I do know is if we did a draft, it just resets everything, doesn't it? It just gets it all fresh, all back to exactly where it should be. I got my 30 guys, my 20 girls, my 30 guys, my 20 girls. I've called up some NXT talent. I've got all these new matchups. My main event has got enough people in it. My mid-card's looking good. My tag divisions are looking strong. Women's division has got loads of options. Good. Even. Lovely. Everything great. That's what a draft can bring. So I don't see how you can say that doesn't have any value when I can see there is value in doing a draft. And that is the value, right? But what it doesn't do is it doesn't guarantee the stories that you're going to tell with those rosters is going to be good, right? What it can't do is all of a sudden force great creative, right? You've still got to obviously come up with great storylines for those characters, but at least you can, freshen things up. So not only have we struggled with that, but then the kicking the can down the road, I think, has also been a bit of an issue. So I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, if they have decided we're just going to run with this until Mania and they've got a good idea of what they want to do between now and Mania, fine. That's absolutely fine. I mean, if you're just going to run with what you've got and you're happy with it and you've got it mapped out and it works, well, great, yeah, brilliant. Let's just hope there's no injuries. But okay, yeah, fine. I don't think they need a draft right now because, as I said, maybe it would just be better to go, we're not going to. We can't fit it in. We're certainly not going to do it during WrestleMania season. So, and we're not going to do it before John's retirement match because we've got Survivor Series. And then very quickly after that, we got John's retirement match. And it is going to be all hands on deck for that. That's one of the biggest shows of the year. One of the biggest shows of 2025 is John's retirement match. No doubt whatsoever, right? In fact, I was even thinking of setting the stream up now-ish so that people know we're doing it. It's at this time. It's on this day. Leave a like on that stream if you haven't already. I mean, you can't because it's not set up yet. But I was even thinking of getting it set up ASAP because it's going to be that big. I can see it being WrestleMania level interest, of course. The whole world is going to want to tune in. If you're a wrestling fan, even a lapsed one, surely you want to see John Cena's last match. It's going to be flipping huge. So yeah, I think you probably won't want to mess around and do a draft before all of that. Well, that takes you to flipping Christmas, doesn't it? And then you've got the holiday tour after, which, okay, maybe you can fit one in at the end of December. I would target end of December. But then you've got the European tour in early January. I would try and do it then as well, right? Maybe not ideal, but you've got to work with what you got. And then bang, I mean, you're in the Rumble. I mean, there isn't really much of a opportunity. Maybe you can find a week somewhere to just do it. But yeah, it's been a nightmare. And honestly, I don't know that next year gets any better. I don't know that it gets any easier next year. I think next year is going to be as rammed as this year was. 230 said, do we think Triple H scrapped the draft after the botch of Carmelo being the number one pick and then not using him? No, I just think they couldn't fit one in. Word on the street was they just couldn't fit one in. I don't think any individual picks, it doesn't really mean anything, does it? It doesn't matter that they picked Carmelo at number one. It was just a way of saying this is a guy we really believe in. This is a guy that you need to be, aware of is going to be a big deal. So, if anything, that was a positive for Carmelo at the time. Just because we haven't massively followed it up doesn't mean that you just get rid of the draft. As I said, the main purpose of the draft is to reset the brands following releases, following injuries. It just makes sure that if you need 30 guys and 20 girls, you just get it back to the 30 guys and the 20 girls. And if you got to use NXT talent for that, brilliant, because that means you can call up some NXT talent. And it just gets your rosters set. So that's the purpose of the draft. it doesn't really matter who's been picked where in previous years. It doesn't change the need for a draft. There's still a need for some sort of draft. Whether you do it on TV or you just do it, right, and don't actually announce it. You just, like, you know, move a few people around, bring a few NXT talents up. I mean, technically, they did bring up Stephanie, Julia, Roxanne, didn't they? All in one go. That was a big lump of NXT talent just to drop on the main roster, who I'm sure they would have been in a draft had we have done one at that time. They would have been the call-ups. So that's kind of a way of doing a bit of a stealth kind of call-up. Just do it. You know, Sammy goes from Raw to SmackDown. We just did it. You know, Jimmy, Jey, Roman, they seem to be over on Raw now. You just do it. You just kind of, do you know what I mean? Like, you just kind of do what you have to do. But, I mean, a draft is a more public way of moving people around. It's a more public way of just getting your house in order. So, no, it won't be that there's any issue with, like, any previous picks or anything, because the need for a draft still remains. And Motto Sin said, can you wish one of your fans, my daughter Danny, a happy birthday? Of course. Big 15? Yes. Can you tell her to stop loving Logan Paul? I'm just kidding. She despises him. Well, Danny, I'm really disappointed to hear that you are part of the Low Gang. From what I'm told, you have got all of the Maverick merch, and that is honestly very disappointing. Honestly, Danny, I thought you was better than that. I'm not going to lie. I thought you was better than that. But I wish you a very happy 15th. Same age as Lisa as well. That's crazy. Everyone's flipping turning 15 at the moment, which is crazy. You could be pen pals. Yeah. So, Danny, happy birthday. Or should I call you Danny Paul? Danny Paul, happy birthday. You know, when you're at that age, you probably do think about getting with your favourite celebrities, don't you? Do you know what I mean? Probably got all the posters on the wall. Probably got, like, Logan Paul slippers, Logan Paul posters, Logan Paul, probably duvet cover, pillow covers. It's all right. Listen, your secret is safe with us, bud. Your secret is safe with us. We're disappointed. No one else needs to know. So, Danny, happy birthday, my friend. Daze, I don't buy the cryptic WrestleMania promos. Maybe it's Gunther, Y2J, maybe it's Triple T, or maybe it's Ric Flair looking for one last match, says Hector. I think it's all of them, Hector. I think you've hit the nail on the head, bud. It's all of them. Mark says, don't we think that WWE hasn't done any storyline in an awfully long time? Back in the day, it was more about story and shenanigans than plain wrestling feuds. Has WWE done a storyline in a long time? Well, I mean, they're doing Asuka, Kairi. That's a story. That's not just a feud, is it? That's a story. They're doing Bayley, going through whatever Bayley's going through. So I would say that's a story. I would say that... John's heel turn is sort of a story. Because that's not a feud, is it? He's not feuding with one person. You know, him turning... because, I don't know, he agreed to with The Rock. I don't know what the story flipping is. I'm not saying it's a good story. I'm not here to defend it because, you know, I was not a fan. But I would say that it was, you know, it was certainly something. They turned him heel. He had a heel run. They turned it back. It's a story of some description, but I can totally understand people going, okay, it's a story, but it's a horrifically bad one, right? But I think I'd point at Asuka. I think I'd point at Bayley. I think I'd point at those two. I might point at Jacob. I mean, Jacob was in with the MFTs. He's not anymore, of course. There was a feud with him and Solo, but that was more than just a feud because obviously he was in that group. I mean, to me, a feud is, I suppose, in a way, what we're doing with Drew and Cody. a feud is kind of what you do when two people have a match, like, I don't know, Damien and Alistair, they're in a feuds. Well, I think like the Jacob one, because he was in that group and he is part of that family, that one feels a little bit bigger. But yeah, I get the point. I mean, I'm not the right person to defend WWE Creative, and I'm not trying to position myself to be. I do think there are some stories, but you could also point at the fact that a lot of those have started more recently, and I think we've had a lot of praise for where WWE has got to at the back end of this year. I do think it's in a stronger place right now. I think it's maybe had a bit of an off week last week. I did find the follow-up to the Vision to be frustrating. I mean, you do that amazing turn on Seth, and as I kept saying, the next week, what do? You give the belt to Adam Pearce after being a bit like, bratty about it. Can I have the belt? No. Gives it to Paul Heyman. You give it him, right? Child. And then, like, what happens then is meant to be in a battle royal, right? Then he gets taken out of it. Then he doesn't do anything because he gets taken out. Instead, he turns to Paul and goes, "What should we do? Should we do something?" And Paul's like, "Trust me. Trust me. I used to manage Brock Lesnar. I was in charge of Roman. You trust me. We're going to do nothing." And Bron was like, "Okay." And that was it. And that's how that was the amazing follow-up to him turning on Seth. I mean, you can't tell me that's mind-blowing. You can't tell me that's creative. You can't tell me that's a great follow-up. So I was very underwhelmed with that last week. Obviously, word came out. The reason why they did it was because he wasn't going to win that battle royal. They didn't want him to be in the match at Saturday night's main event. But I would say that there's like a million ways that he could have not won that battle royal. Like, you could have had him go in it, and you could have had him. Oh, well, you could have had Adam Pearce remove him and Bron actually trash Pearce's office, right? Could have had him beat up Adam Pearce, which could have took us down an interesting road, right? He could have beaten up Adam Pearce and then gone in and disrupted the battle royal, right? Still could have ended up with a winner, but it could have been because Bron took out half the flipping battle royal. I mean, there's so many other things you could have done rather than what we did, which would still have resulted in Jey winning I keep wanting to say Rumble, winning that battle royal, right? But we just, again, took the least creative road we could. It is honestly a skill. It is, at this point, it is honestly a skill. It's like, what is the least creative thing we can do? I mean, honestly, other than him actually giving the belt to Adam Pearce, I don't know what else they could have done that was least creative. At least he did go, "No, I'm not going to give you the belt," and he gave it to Paul Heyman. That was creative. At least they did that. Yeah. So, someone earned their money backstage, right? Because he could have just given the belt straight to Adam Pearce, but he didn't. He gave it to Heyman first, and he went, "Yeah." And that was the most creative thing we did with the Vision last week. So, yeah. Oh, God. Mayor Pete said, "Can we see Daze's feet? Just to confirm it's not you in the cryptic promos." Well, I don't want to reveal too much because it might spoil a few things, but mine hasn't actually aired yet. We've had lovely shoes. We've had, like, more casual shoes. But pretty soon you're going to see someone in flip-flops. You're going to see someone in flip-flops on a beach, spilling some pina colada. Yeah, going, "Oh, my God, that's gone all over my feet now." Right? And that'll be my one. It's only about, like, 5-10 seconds long. Oh, God, that's going to be so sticky. Oh, jeez. Have you got any water? Has anyone got any water? Oh, God. They're filming this as well. Bang. That's my one. They haven't aired it yet. I think it drops tomorrow. LS Derb, hello. Said, hope everyone is well. LS Derb, shout out to you, my friends. I've been seeing a lot of your shorts. Not what you wear, but, what you've been putting up from your channel. They're good. Good, but I like them. They're good. LS Dub sharing his wrestling opinions online. Check out his channel if you haven't checked it out already. LS Wrestle, I believe it's called. That's what the dub stood. I always wondered what the dub stood for. Turns out it was wrestle. So LS Dub, shout out to you, my friend. Your tribal chief said, what about all the feet videos that WWE keeps sending me? That's not WWE, but that's actually a fake account that's pretending to be WWE. That's actually William Hensey. William Hensey is sending his feet videos. This is a problem, though. What's happened is that because WWE are doing all these weird feet videos, it's brought out all the pervs. And so they now think they can get in on the action. So, yeah, I think a lot of us are going to get inundated with feet videos now. And there's going to be a lot of people going, oh, my God, did you see what WWE just posted? And then it'll be like a fake feet video, and it'll be their feet, and they'll be getting off on the idea that you'll be looking at their feet. That's what's going to happen. Mainly, I would think, in this community, to be honest. But I do forget sometimes there are youngsters watching, like Danny, that's a Logan Paul fan. Hope you're doing well, Danny. Logan. Big Minx said, hope all is well, brother. Those shoe teases WWE dropped turned out to be nothing. I know. Thought about a return or Edward finishing painting his room. That would have been great, wouldn't it? Imagine if it had led to Edward Brown finishing painting his wall. That would actually have been better than what we were all expecting. I know. I mean, look, what I would say is we don't know 100%, but I mean, if WrestleVotes, who are very good, come out and say, look, it's for WrestleMania, it's hard for me to not sit here and go, oh, okay, and just sort of go, accept it. But, you know, it's one of those, I'm disappointed. I think a lot of people are disappointed. We had a rant about it earlier, and that's it. We just move on now. We just move on. Okay. Uncle Revel said, I'm shocked there aren't ads on the shoes. Yeah, I agree. Big wasted sponsorship opportunity. They absolutely could have had flipping Victoria's Secrets or something slapped on the side. I agree. Right, we've got 7 minutes. Let me just go and grab some water, because God, I really do get through water these days. I'm like a fish. So let me just grab that, and then we'll be getting settled in and ready to go for this week's Monday Night Raw. Lovely. We're ready. Am I ready? I am ready. Look at that. Wasn't gone very long. Here's Wrestling Daze's feet. Can someone please have Daze shave me for the new teaser? Wow. Wrestling Daze's feet. Look, I haven't seen you in a while. Some of us have put on a bit of timber. You see, if I look down, don't get to see these guys anymore. So, Wrestling Daze's feet. Lovely to have you around. Lovely to see you again. Duran said, hello, you crazy wrestling fans. I hear there's a big return tonight. Don't say who, because I've stayed off the internet since seeing the headlines. I just want to be... Duran, I'm not going to ruin it, bud. I'm not going to ruin it, mate. Those feet teasers. You're not going to believe it. You are not going to believe it. Whoa. A new teaser has dropped on the Triple H account, says James. Duran, it's getting really serious now. 12 minutes ago, Triple H. Should we have a look at this tease? Here we go. I haven't seen this. Oh, hello. 4, glasses. There we go. There we go. I'll tell you one thing, though. It's still, I think, going to be interesting reveal in the sense of it feels to me... Duran, step away. Step away, Duran. Just mute for a second, Duran. Yeah, I've warned you. But I think that we're looking at maybe like... one's Brock. I feel like one's Brock the Jeans, yeah? The one that was up earlier today. And I think you could maybe look at one being like Braun Breaker, of course. And but if you've got all these people kind of coming together to meet... Because it feels like they're attending a meeting, doesn't it? And it feels like they're about to all be given a whiskey, right, as they walk in. And sit down. I mean, is this going to be where they all sit and they have the whiskey and they're all like looking around the room at each other? Are you going to have Brock there and you're going to have Cody there and you're going to have Braun there and you're going to have Gunther here or Punk or whoever, and they're all going to be in a room with a whiskey? Are you ready? Or something like that, you know? And whoa, whoa, WrestleMania. Like that. Triple H walks in like a maid's outfit with a tray like this. Thank you for coming, everyone. Like that. Mate, it could still be fun. That's the point I'm getting at. Yeah, it could still be entertaining. It's maybe not what we were hoping for, but I don't know. It's still going to be worth a watch, isn't it? So, let's see what they've put together. If I don't get Triple H in a maid's costume, now I'm going to be flipping livid. Absolutely livid. I'm guessing the glass is for Stone Colds. You think the glass is for Stone Colds? I just think that everyone's heading to this room. That's what the walk-in is. And when they get there, Heyman's got a lovely whiskey for them. And they're going to sit down and look at each other. And I don't know that Stone Cold's going to be... God, we had Stone Cold last year. I don't remember he rode into that woman in what was one of the greatest WrestleMania moments ever. That woman got hit. And then on the replay, it turns out she didn't get hit. But she acted like she got hit. And that makes me respect her a lot more. Charlie said low gang for life. We've got a real low gang kicking off in our community now. Charlie and Danny, the low gang section of our community. Shout out to you. Kian said, Daze can't say much about me liking Jenna Ortega with a blanket and a phone case and a canvas and a t-shirt. I literally burst out laughing when I see the reaction, says Kian. It's honestly, Kian, it's just... You're all right at the moment, bud. Right now, you're in an all right place. I think your standum is acceptable, but it's getting close to concerning. It's a slippery slope, let me tell you. Hopefully, we're going to have an angry, drunken Brock Lesnar. Oh, that would be good. That would be good. In my mind, they were all in a room with a whiskey looking really refined and classy. But imagine actually when we cut to them, it's like several whiskeys later. And Brock's got his arm round Cody going, I bloody love you. I bloody love you. Whoa! Whoa! Like that would be brilliant. I want to see them all drunk. You're right. In my mind, they were all there, really refined, classy, like this. Oh no, let's go several whiskeys later when they're all absolutely smashed. Do you know what? If they do that, I take it all back. It'll be blooming. It'll all be saved. It'll all be saved. There'll be no complaints from the IWC if they give us something that entertaining. But judging by this year and the way it's been booked, I don't think they're capable. Right, we're going to be going over to the show. Let's have a look and see what they've got for us, shall they? I don't know what we're opening the show with. Obviously, we know we've got Punk and Jey. They are going to be face-to-face. Here we go, said Suzanne. What's your favourite scary film? Brock tells Cody to get over it. Get a life, kids. Yeah, perhaps he does that. Do you reckon he's a nice drunk? Or a bad drunk? I think he's a bad drunk, but it would be hilarious if he was lovely. Sometimes lovely people, when they're drinking, can turn awful. What about if Brock's just like the nicest guy in the world? He's not a people person in real life, but after a few drinks, he's just got... Okay, right, we're in Anaheim. Oh, yeah, Charlotte and Alexa. They are there. Okay, let's go. Let's go, kings and queens. There's Penta. There is Penta. He's going to be taking on Rusev tonight. This is the kind of card that brings a sellout. Okay, we just got a drone shot. We're circling around the crowd. We're waiting for whatever is going to open the show. Oh, video package. Right, this might be a great match, said BDP. Why is Raw almost a sellout, said Johnny. Because pro wrestling is the best, Johnny. I'm sorry that you hate it. I'm sorry, Johnny, that you're a hater. Yeah, but pro wrestling is the best. And it should be sold out every week. Who's excited for Raw tonight, said Keegan. I am. I'm excited. It would be good if Raw had an intro video again, said WrestleMania. It would, wouldn't it? Johnny, shout out to you. BDP said, damn right, yes. Big Mig said, I can't stand feet. Oh, it's been a nightmare 48 hours for you then, buds. Welchie said, I love how the drone shot showed empty seats, as Joe was saying that. Yeah, they're just at the concession stands. They're just getting, like, the last-minute hot dog and everything. Oh, God, why we got so many haters around? Oh, my God. Wrestling's amazing, and it's a sellout. That's it. It is completely sold out tonight. They're just getting their final T-shirts, their final beers, their final hot dogs. They'll be in there by the time the show actually starts. Don't worry. Okay, video package done. Jey and CM Punk are kicking off the show, says Noah. Thank you, Noah. George said, I'm a certified hater. Well, George, respect. You are bringing balance to the world. Yeah, it is Jey. Right, Jey coming down. Crowd go cray-cray. Some of them have started yeeting already. There he is. His shirt, which I've not seen before, says, run that ish back. There we go. There we go. We're yeeting. We're yeeting. Oh, that woman was doing that instead. I don't even know what that... I don't know what that is. She's doing her own thing. Please don't go to the wrestling show and try and get your own thing over. Yeah? Young lady. That's what we're meant to be doing. Don't come doing all this. Yeah. There we go. Look, the kids. All up, knock down like this. There we go, making your way down. Daze, you're just a genie in a bottle. Oh, God, yeah, that is that dance, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. Oh, God, I came over all Christina Aguilera for a second there. Just wait for an hour's time. I'll start doing the dirty video. It's going to get hot. Your tribal chief said, don't hate, appreciate, and acknowledge me. Your tribal chief, shout out to you. Yeah. No, we're a hate-free zone. We're nothing but positive and love during the shows. I mean, that's not true, but we're gonna start doing that now. Say one-ish. Apart from that woman that I had to go at for doing the, you know what I mean? God, I failed, didn't I already, actually? God, we're only one entrance in and I still had to go at someone. The BDP said yeet, no feet. Maybe that's Triple H's catchphrase. Jey Uso has got yeet. Maybe after this weekend, Triple H's feet. Okay, we've got the World Heavyweight Championship in the ring on a plinth. If this was about 15 years ago, Hornswoggle would be in that plinth. But we're better than 15 years ago, so he isn't. But it's heel days kind of day. It's okay. We get those, especially on a Monday, says Metal Mama. Well, listen. I mean now, from now, there's not going to be any negative comments during the show. It's going to be nothing but good vibes. Okay. Jey in the ring with that World Heavyweight Championship. Okay, let's change this over because it is not the pre-show. That is a lie. And it's not the Battle Royal. He's not out of breath. He's done a bit of yeeting, but he's not. He doesn't really go as crazy, or he hasn't gone as crazy on his way down. I feel like he's done it, but, you know, he's not, like, thrown everything into it. So that, because I think he knows he's got to now go back and forth with CM Punk. So he looks to be okay, actually. So we should get as good a showdown as we can expect here. Jey's not bad on the mic in a tag team environment. On his own, when he's got to carry the whole weight of the promo, we can, you know, get lost a couple of times. I would expect Punk to get the better of this. But I don't know. This is still going to be interesting. I'm interested to see how this goes. Punk really likes Jey in real life. If I'm Punk, you know, this is my job. Yeah, I'm not going to dial it down. But maybe I'm going to give you a heads up of what I'm going to say so that you can at least think about a reply. I'm going to bring good stuff. Maybe I help you bring some good stuff. Don't know. He likes Jey. They've been to the ice hockey together. I don't know that Punk wants to just come and mark and bury Jey here. But he can't take it easy either. Hector said, what if WWE are going to ask you to help with creative, but they saw your shoot promo and then they said, nah. Well, I would say, don't tell me about it, because that'll make me sad. I'll just live in ignorance. Loud CM Punk chants, you know. God, after all of that big entrance, running it back, doing the yeeting, he's welcome to Monday Night Raw. So the crowd immediately start chanting CM Punk. Ooh. I've got a lot of people in my ear these days. Okay, he's doing a promo now. I thought we were just going to bring up Punk. I got Jimmy in my ear. I got everyone's mama in my ear. Why's he got everyone's mama in his ear? I don't give a damn what they think about me. Okay. Okay, well, he says he doesn't care what people are saying, which I always think means that they do. Here's CM Punk. It's a little bit like when you're at school and, you know, someone's caught saying something about you. You're like, I don't even care what they're saying. Haven't even given it any thought. Not bothered. Who is it? What have they said? I don't even know who they are. Not bothered. Doesn't even sound true. So you are bothered. Here's CM Punk. Punk's entrance is going to be like 20 seconds. Ryan said, what's your Halloween costume? Or are you going to be nothing? I'm going to be absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't need to dress up like some clown to try and fight for your affection. Yeah? Well, am I some kind of showman? No, look, I might wear a grey shirt. I don't know, I haven't thought about it. Might go crazy. Might be a white shirt. I don't even think I have got one, honestly. Here's Jay and Punk. Steve said Netflix is peeing me off. It keeps freezing and it just won't reconnect. Well, you haven't missed anything, honestly. You're all right at the moment. Punk's in there. It's took 12 minutes to get Punk and Jay in the ring. And as we said, we're not being negative during the show. So I love that. I love the fact it's took 12 minutes and we've really done absolutely nothing. It's what I hope for in every show. I hope if Jay wins, we riot, says Blake. You're about to see Punk's school, Jay said BDP. Ace said we're just getting started. We are just getting started. Punk in the ring, Jay in the ring. Punk's like, shall I run it back? Shall I run it back? And the crowd are like, yeah, run it back. He is going to run it back. Okay, CM Punk's like, no, let's not do that. All right, yeah, no, let's not actually do that. Four letters, one words. Punk. 4 letters, 1 word. Punk. I'm happy for you. You're listening to you. You're not listening to Jimmy or Roman. Well, we don't really know that, do we? It's no secret me and Jay are friends. I've never been in your situation. I've always listened to myself. Punk has not really done anything, and he's still so compelling. He's so comfortable, isn't he, when he goes out there on the microphone? So comfortable. Jey is showing everyone, including me, that he has got what it takes. How far are you willing to go? Wrestling Daze' shoes. What happened to me in Egypt? No teaser like this. I'm asking, how far are you willing to go? Punk says he needs to be champ. Saturday night. When you're in a situation you can't yeet yourself out of, how far are you willing to go? So that's the question. How far are you going to be willing to go? I know how far I'm going to go. The time I had with this belt was not long enough when I beat Gunther. Let's go. I know how to swim. That's what you do. Screw you, says Jey. Really short. Screw you, Punk. You're going to try and spin this crowd against me and paint me out to be the bad guy. I'll show you Saturday night who the best in the world is. 4 letters, 1 word. Yeet. Throws the mic down. That is it. To be honest, you can't say that he got, like, buried because he didn't really respond. And what he did respond with, he delivered with, you know, passion and intensity. But it's not a promo that's going to change opinion that Jey obviously is not as good a promo as Punk. I was ready for the comeback. I was like, let's go. What you got? Maybe that was the right approach. K-Dub said it was smart for Jey to keep that short. But lame. It was just too long on the entrance, said James. Brony said, once you hear one Jey promo, you've basically seen them all. BDP said, that was probably the best response. I was hoping we'd get a steel cage match announcement, said McJowers. K-Dub said, we need a Punk title run in 26. Johnny said, short and sweet is best for Jey. Next sentence will just be repeating yeet again. Yeah. I did kind of live in a little bit of hope that we'd plan something in advance and there was going to be a good comeback, but... Okay, here's Dom. Okay. We got a real problem. Oh, Rusev and Penta's match, yes. I've never cheated a day in my life, says Dom. Okay, so Finn and JD are busy. They've got to try and get their titles back. I need your help. That's surely Americano. Picture of Liv in the background. There is Nikki. Tonight we've got Nikki and Roxanne. That's a lot of flipping water, isn't it? Look at all that water in the background. Okay, I think it's going to be Penta. I think Penta and Rusev going to be the first match. I don't really understand what Dominic's upset about. I mean, he's got to defend the belt. We're just trying to figure out who it's going to be against. If Adam Pearce had a vendetta against him, he'd make him defend it against both of these guys. Okay, bell has sounded, and we are underway. Bum, bum, bum. Should be good, said BDP. Who is looking at Water Daze? Oh, I was. I'll tell you why, because we get through quite a bit of water here. I drink a fair bit of water throughout the day. So we keep having to get like loads of water, like packs and packs and packs of water. And I was looking in the background, I was like, damn, I wonder how long it would take me to get through all of that. That is a lot of water. So I was looking at... I get everyone else was looking at Nikki, but, you know. Lol. Hannah... whoa, Days of Mania, fighting to stream live, pump it up, pump it up. It's a jam, that song, isn't it? Instead, now we have just different weekend songs. Sunny, hello, hope you're doing well. Mel B said it's amazing how everyone hated Nikki. Couldn't be bothered with her return and so. Then she had a wardrobe malfunction and suddenly all the guys love her now. It's sad, says Mel. Is that true? Is that what's happened? Is everyone like loving on Nikki Bella? I don't mind Nikki Bella. I don't mind her. I was just looking at the water more in the background, but that wasn't because I find her boring or anything. Dun, dun, dun. Dean said, serious question. Do you still have the black couch that you dove on in a boxing video from 10 years ago? Do I have a black couch that I dove on? Well, no. If it was 10 years ago, I was in Southampton. That was a rented flat. So that was not even my couch. That was part of the furnishings of the flat. So no, that was never actually mine. That whole flat was not my flat. That was just, I've spent my life renting in different places. It's a great regret of mine that I've spent so much money in my life on renting different places. That's life, innit? A lot of people have to rent. I did it. I'm just fortunate enough where I've been able to kind of move back home for a good number of years to save. I mean, only for one reason, and that is to save and to, you know, ultimately try and get a deposit together so that I can get my own place. So that's kind of my major focus. But no, that was never mine. Duran said, I'm sorry to disappoint everyone, but there was no wardrobe malfunction. Triple H just did a premature black screen button push. Josh said there wasn't a major malfunction. It was just a black screen for precaution. I checked, said Josh. Do you know, I love how so many people are in the chat going, right, we need to get this sorted. There's a lot of fake news doing the rounds. There was never a wardrobe. This is so important, right? There was never a wardrobe malfunction. Brothers, even sisters, please do not waste your time trying to find that clip. Many of you out there right now are going to be frantically searching for footage of last week's wardrobe malfunction. We have to stress this. We do not want our brothers wasting their time. This is a very serious matter. There was never a wardrobe malfunction. The passion that came across there from some of you, just really wanting to make sure that that message was well received. Respect. We know where our priorities are. LA Galaxy are in the crowd, and flipping no one knows who these people are. Here's Rusev. Iris Sam said, Daze, is the video when Bray's passing still on YouTube? I was looking the other day. I don't know, but I would imagine so. I don't know. I mean, I put a video up, obviously sharing that news, and I've never watched it since. I've certainly never hid it or like made it private or anything since, so it should be. Metal Mama said, the wardrobe I could care less about. The fact that people are saying no one likes Nikki, like she has not done shiz for WWE. It just gets under my skin. I love Nikki, says Metal Mama. Preach. Jennifer said, LA Galaxy, think Man United. What do you mean? I don't, to be honest, if Man United were in the crowd, I don't know that people would have much of a reaction. I don't know that the good people of, I think are we in California right now? I think we're over on the West Coast, aren't we, today? I have no idea if they would even care if the actual Man United were in the crowd. Penta getting thrown in the corner. So we are underway with match number 1. Duran said, I think you UK boomers know more about MLS than the US boomers do. Probably. Not me personally. I really don't know much. But yeah, I could believe if you're really into your football, you'd have an idea as to who's playing where. Shot coming in there by Rusev. Suzanne said, I could care less about those guys. Defcon said, I own a Frankfurt Galaxy waffle jersey. I don't even know what that means. Kick coming in there by Penta. Penta against the ropes. Over the top. Down on Rusev. Rusev goes down. Penta goes down. Imagine Dom with the winning the Royal Rumble, says Irish Sam. Bang, look at that. Zero miedo. Zero miedo. Over into it. Oh, lovely DDT. Lovely work. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Days, remember, I took 17 years off, so CM Punk, AJ Lee, and Bella for the first time, said Defcon Prime. Well, good. I think you've seen him at the best time, honestly. Maybe not Punk. But I think that AJ Lee is probably going to do, I think, her best work. I think she'll end up doing her best work on this run. I mean, her original run wasn't that long, to be honest. Kicks coming in, shots coming in. Penta to the outside. Rusev very much in control. Big shot as Penta goes down. There's a clothesline there by Penta. There's a few boos for Rusev. Charging over, collides into Penta. Penta goes down. It's a bit slow at the moment. Are we at commercial break? It's got that kind of we're at commercial break vibe. Over the other side, Rusev comes over. That was okay. Double knees into the back. Bit of a backstabber by Penta. Kick out. I don't know that these two styles are going to mesh all that well, actually. Penta's going to bring, I suppose, the explosiveness, high flyer, quick agility. Rusev, the power. It could do. It's just on paper, I don't think Penta Rusev strikes me as a banger, you know? Rusev hurls Penta into the ring steps, and we're going to go to commercial breaks, though. There's the first part of this match done. Big Mig said, we want Lana. Sonny said, Daze, I'm doing okay. There's 2 wild mice in the basement. I was very close to one, but I wasn't allowed to touch it in case it had diseases. Oh, my God. I would not be thrilled about that, but... Defcon said, can you recommend Punk, AJ Lee, Bella matches that are good? Please let me know, says Defcon. That's a good one for the chat. Let him in said, Daze J is great at promos when it's more real and emotional, like in the Bloodline. His promos were very good. Thoughts? I think it's good if he's got something to get his teeth into. I think that he has got a good delivery. I think it works better, though, when he's in a tag team and he can deliver, you know, short bursts. I think the problem that he's got is when the promos go on for quite a while. If he's got something that he can actually get his teeth into, a story that he can actually get his teeth into, I think, you know, he's got a good kind of rapid fire delivery. Blah 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 blah. Like it's like that, right? But I think longer promos where he's got to be kind of coming up with the insults, if you will, or he's got to be coming up with stuff. I don't know. He does tend to struggle a bit there. I was really interested to see how he was going to do with Punk Just, because that is traditionally the kind of promo that I would expect him to struggle with. A longer promo where he's got to talk to Punk and say about how he's going to, you know, beat him. I do find that Jey just tends to go to the usual, you know, you don't believe in me, people don't believe in me, but I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to prove the world wrong. 4 letters, 1 word, yeets. You know, it's that kind of stuff, isn't it? What you're not going to get off Jey is him saying anything really that personal towards Punk that's going to get a, whoa, mates. That's dark. You know? He's got him there. You're not going to get anything like that. Or at least not that I would expect. So I think that if it's part of a story and you can cut it off before it goes on and on and on, he's got that delivery that can work. And listen, we just saw it as well. I mean, he's just done a perfectly fine promo, hasn't he? No one's going to be down on what Jey said. The only criticism is going to be that it was really short. But he can deliver those with great delivery, with fire, with passion, and it's good. Ask for more, and like, that's where it can start to unravel. So I was looking for more because I'm looking for him to improve. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm looking for him to, you know, work on these areas of weakness. I mean, you're improving even if you've been on the roster 15 years. Should never stop. I mean, you're never going to be 100% at everything. You're always going to be in situations that are not, you know, comfortable. And he's had to do a lot of learning being a singles wrestler. So I'd love to have seen him give it a go, but I don't know. Perhaps they felt like, let's just not. let's just keep it short and sweet. 1, shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Rusev. I think the yeet thing hurts, Jay, said Brony. His promo's abilities, before the yeet, he actually had to say stuff that was meaningful and not just yeet after every sentence. James said, if Jericho comes back, I need him and Punk to feud one last time. The mic battles alone would be worth it. Full Clip said, that was not a good promo from Jey. Oh, I thought it was fine. It was short. The delivery of it was good. You know, it was just pretty standard. I'm going to, you know, show you who the best in the world is. But, I mean, it was short. He didn't, you know, he didn't fumble. He didn't drop the ball. His delivery was good. It was good for what it was. Rusev pinning Penta. Penta getting the shoulder up. Johnny said, I find Jey to be lazy. He did not do much to improve after the WrestleMania disaster match or after the Rumble win. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because that does also fit the promo tonight. The promo tonight, I was looking for more so that we could judge, you know, are we seeing improvement? And I really thought that Punk might have worked with him to have given him something, to have helped him. Because they're good friends. And actually, I would imagine Punk would like Jey to succeed. But, you know, they kept it short. Penta driver doesn't quite get it. Rusev gets the shoulder up. So, 2 there by the Penta driver. Very hot crowd this, you know. The crowd are really adding to this match. I think this match is okay. Penta driver was a nice moment. Okay, right now we've got Penta, we got Rusev. Both are down at the moment. Penta telling Rusev to get up. Forearm shot coming in there by Penta. Slap coming back by Rusev. Slap there by Penta. Shot coming in there by Rusev. Slap coming back there by Penta. These two exchanging shots. And now here is El Grande, Rayo, Bravo. And they interrupt this match. So I think that Penta driver was like the highlight of the match. And now we've got Los Americanos getting involved. Boozed by the crowds. Is that new gear for Los Americanos? It looks slightly different. It looks slightly different. So there's Grande Americano. There's Rusev. Rusev popping up in the background. He's getting in the ring. He takes Bravo, chucks him over the top rope. There's wiping out anything that moves. That means that we got Rusev and El Grande. Kick coming in there by Penta. Los Americanos grabbing El Grande, pulling him out the ring. Rusev has probably got Penta in his sights. Match thrown out. Okay, we've got LA Knight backstage. Is anyone interested in Los Americanos, said Jey. Nothing wrong if you are, But just what about them interests you? I think that's a really well-worded question, Jay. See what LA Knight's got to say. What do I do? Jay, CM Punk. Okay. I think it's basically saying whoever wins, I'm interested. Okay, we've got Lyra, Bailey, Alexa, Charlotte. That match is going to be happening, and it is coming up tonight for the Women's Tag Team Championship. Bang. Daze, it's been about 2.5 years since LA Knight first got over with fans. He needs a refresh. Maybe a heel run. I think the LA Knight conversation is a little bit of a tricky one for me because I've... Oh, hang on. Here we go. So those are the feet that are walking. And it cuts off. Okay, so I was just about to think that we were going to get the answer there for a second, but we weren't. We didn't. I believe it's one that was shown on. I think it was the jeans one. It's the one that I think is Brock. But they didn't give us anything more than that. We've got Grayson. We've got Kofi. Yeah, the LA Knight thing's a bit tricky for me because I've never quite been, like, crazy about LA Knight. I see him as a good talent, nice, good person to have around, good in the mid-card, but he's just not someone that, me personally, I'm like, oh my God, he needs to be champion. Like, I don't find his promos to be, like, that good. I know that's controversial, but, like, I feel like he says a lot of words. And it's just a lot of waffle. I mean, listen, game recognizes game. Listen, there's a lot of waffle that comes from this guy. Yeah, I've got an inbuilt waffle detector. Sometimes you get a few good lines in there. Sometimes, but I mean, like, look at that promo I just saw there. I mean, there's not a single thing out of it that I thought was interesting. It was just a lot of waffle. My takeaway from it was I think he wants the winner of the match. Like, I don't know. He kind of goes all round the houses, doesn't he? Is like, I'm going to come back here. I'm going to ask Jackie, do you see me as someone that's got the belt around my waist? She's going to go, yeah. And it's like, I'm sorry, what are you saying? Sorry, what? You're going back to Jackie to say what? To do what? And she's going to do what? What do you want? Do you want the belt? What do you want? What do you want? So, I don't know. It's not one that does it for me personally, but I know he does it for many of you. So, hello, New Day are just getting cut off. So, I would be down for the heel turn, personally. I'd be down for it, but it's hard for me to comment on because there might be many of you out there going, no, he's amazing, he's brilliant, I love his promos. Don't turn him heel. He's so over, he's so popular. That would actually be a tricky one for me to book. That would be a tricky one. Okay, Saturday night's main event coming up, and they're just promoting that. Let Him In said Jay's promos by himself when he was against Roman were good in the bloodline. It felt like we should support him to be his own person. Okay, here's Braun. Here's Bronson. We should have destroyed everyone, says Braun. One man's going to emerge as the heavyweight champ. Go to Pierce. Get me a match. So is it Braun LA Knight? Okay, Bron Breakker, LA Knight. Grayson Waller looks like he's dressed as if he's going to a hip-hop festival, said Jordan. Okay, we're just seeing the commentators at the moment. We're 50 minutes into this show already. Oh, Asuka. We're doing a little Asuka recap. Asuka. Well, I'm not down on this, but I don't know why we're doing it. Old Asuka footage. Is it 10 years? A decade? A decade of domination? Wow. 10 years of Asuka. They're just listing all the accomplishments. Royal Rumble winner. I mean, she's absolutely going into the Hall of Fame. Not now, but like one day. I like how they've got it in Japanese at the bottom as well. That looks really good, doesn't it? Just showing some of her great matches. A lot of her great stuff in NXT. She obviously did a lot on the main roster as well, though. But that NXT run was... 5-time women's champ. Still want more for her, though. I'm still not ready for this to be it and for us to just move on, you know? Still want more for her. Love the fact she's involved in a big story at the moment, though. That's great. Okay, good. Here's Adam Pearce. There's Finn and JD. Okay, so JD wants a title rematch. We was hoping we could get a rematch tonight. Oh, you're already busy tonight, says Adam Pearce. One of you is going to have to go one-on-one with Sheamus. JD's doing it. Wow, JD's fired up. Okay. Restaurant said, I hope Braun wins and gets added to the title match. I hope Punk, I love Punk, but I don't want to see him or Jey win. I want to see Punk feud with Cody, said WrestleRants. Johnny said, what's the news Adam has got for Dom? Is it an update? Oh, it's probably going to be the triple threat, isn't it, after the shenanigans of earlier. I miss Jordan Devlin, the Irish ace, said James. Okay, here's Nikki Bella. She's going to be taking on Roxanne. Here's Nikki making her way down. And as we said, this is really special. There is that footage of Nikki talking to a very young Roxanne Perez 10 years ago. Looks like it's outside an arena. There's like railings in front. You've got Roxanne's mom saying she's training at the moment. She's currently doing some referee work. And Roxanne's like, I'd like to face you in a match. And Nikki's like, yeah, 5 years. Needs to be about 5 years. But and now, here they are. Wow. It is amazing. It is possible. It does make you wonder, doesn't it? Like, how do people fail? I mean, it seems easy, doesn't it? Like, if you're a big fan of WWE when you're a kid and you love it and you dedicate your time to it, you would think that you would be able to make it. I suppose you got people like Cora Jade where injuries get in the way. You know, Tegan Knox, injuries get in the way. So I suppose you can't really accommodate for injuries. But Roxanne loved it, worked hard, paid her dues, came through the system, and now here she is on the main roster, about to do something that she always dreamed of doing, and that's facing Nikki Bella in a match. It'll be the same when that Izzy girl makes it. I mean, I think she'll get it into WWE. I mean, she's paying her dues. She's doing everything the right way. She's out there, you know, she wanted to be a wrestler. She's on the indie scene right now, putting in the work. Nothing but respect for that, honestly. Here's Roxanne. Bishop said, is there any words of Brie coming back? No. No words. And she looks like a star, Roxanne, as well. I mean, that entrance and the way that she's coming down to the ring. She looks in the ring. She's got a smile on her face. Jim, shout out to you, buds. Billy said, you can have all the talent in the world, but the fans have to accept you or you'll never make it. Yeah, but if you've got that talent, you would imagine that you should be able to connect with the fans. I sort of feel like wrestling is not about the moves. You don't have to have like all these amazing moves. You have to learn how to connect with the audience. Like, that is wrestling. That is a big part of wrestling. I sort of feel like if you grow up watching it, you would understand that. And you would understand that that connection with the crowd is like the most important thing. And so if you grow up watching wrestling and you understand that, and you train in wrestling to give you the skills to be able to, you know, do that, it's interesting. I find it interesting that like someone like Roxanne, there's footage of her saying, oh, I want to be a wrestler, I want to face you in the future. And now here she is, doing it. So you kind of go, well, there we go. There's a girl that did it. It just makes you, like, wonder how others struggle so hard. I suppose, like, with Next in Line, a lot of those didn't grow up wanting to be wrestlers. And perhaps they haven't learned about that connecting with the crowds. I think there is, honestly, a lot of people that believe that you have to do the most impressive moves possible. We're just looking at what went down last week and how we got to this match. Brony said Roxanne has got like 20 years ahead of her. She'll be a multiple-time champion. I don't doubt that, says Brony. Yeah, she's really young, isn't she? Okay, Bella sounded. We're underway. Match number 2. It's Nikki against Roxanne. There was no little moment that I sensed apart from, well, I don't know, look, there's little smiles on their faces. Okay, Roxanne doing a little bit of this. She stretches her hand out. Nikki's Nikki knocks it away. Roxanne slaps Nikki. Roxanne goes back against the ropes. Nikki comes over. Nikki goes through the ropes, driving her shoulder into the midsection. Nikki goes over, looking for a pin there, but Roxanne kicks out. Slap coming in, and Roxanne goes down. Referee is... Roxanne is over against the ropes. I did wonder if she was like just playing possum there, but Nikki didn't charge over. She waited for Roxanne to come over to her. Single leg drop kick. Nice. Fireman carry into arm bar of some description. But yeah, nice counter there by Roxanne. We've got a Let's Go Roxy, Let's Go Nikki chant. We got dueling chants at the moment. Over against the ropes. Roxanne hurls Nikki down by a hair. Throws down some shots. Nikki is down. Roxanne just shouting out at the crowds. Roxanne goes back over. She's got a headlock applied here on Nikki. Trying to find a way out of this. Round the back. Headlock coming in. Middle of the ring. Nikki against the ropes. Roxanne against the ropes. Oh, yeah. Lands on her feet. Nice. Russian leg sweep. No. Back elbow. And again. In the break part. Going for a clothesline. Oh, lovely work there by Nikki. Grabbed her head. Bang. Straight into the knee. Roxanne trying to regroup on the outsides. Forearm shot. Have you ever noticed that the women are being too timid, said Suzanne. It's funny you should say that, actually. There is like this little... It's like the footwork isn't quite right. It's like there's a little skip as they go into a move, or a little... There's like that kind of thing, you know, where there's like this... I don't know if it's a slight hesitation. I do actually understand what you're saying. Rather than locking up, headlock, takeover, do you know what I mean? Bang, 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 bang. Without it being like, it's kind of like they don't have sequences of like 5 moves in a row. It's like every individual move is an individual move. That's probably the best way to word it. It's like headlock, then into takeover. And you can, it's as if you can see the thought process before every move, rather than it being bang, 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 bang. Yeah, I agree. I don't know why. Be interesting to know who does, if it's the same person that produces some of these women's matches. It might not only be with the women. Right, now we got Nikki against the ropes. Then we've gone to commercial break. Nathan said, I'm writing and enjoying Raw this evening. Days, when is halftime score? We don't really do it anymore. I don't really have the halftime score song anymore. I think that Tegan's a really good wrestler, said Keegan. I think she popped up in AEW, didn't she? Tegan Knox. Roxanne working on the arm of Nikki. Trying to hurl her into the corner, and she does. Roxanne comes in, uppercut. Nikki goes down. I love Nikki, but I need her to get a second gear, like ramp it up, said Kappa. Days, when was the last time you talked to a spife? I haven't even seen a spife probably since the pandemic, honestly. I never throw things away. I'm really like a bad hoarder. So like the spife, for example, I never threw that away because I always thought it'd be good to use again as like a callback. So, I mean, it should be around somewhere, but I've not seen it since before the pandemic. But it wouldn't shock me. I've got like a storage unit. It's just got like, you know, loads of bits in. It wouldn't shock me if it was in a box there because I never threw it away. Roxanne trying to listen out to the crowds, trying to get them involved. Wade just mentioning about the fact that she met Nikki 10 odd years ago. Shots coming in. Stomping down there by Roxanne. I do agree. It's just not quite. I mean, we're still at commercial break, aren't we? So, I mean, maybe we will get out of. Maybe we will get out of this kind of first gear. Daze loves the Bellas, said AB. I don't mind the Bellas, honestly. I really don't mind them for what they were. It's okay that they're not like Daniel Bryan in the ring. It's okay. It's okay that they did reality shows to try and bring in a new audience. Like, that's okay. Certainly at the time as well, where women's wrestling was not, you know, much of a priority at all. Those matches were short and just oftentimes like having time cut or being cut completely. It was the kind of Total Divas era, wasn't it? So, yeah. I mean, we're in a very different place now. But actually, I think it's quite interesting to bring someone like Nikki back and see how she hangs with this current crop. Lovely springboard moonsault by Roxanne. We are back from commercial break. That's a lovely hold there by Roxanne. That's really nice. So she's got the chin rotated. I can't even figure out how she's doing that. That's a lovely hold that Roxanne's got. Nice takeover there by Roxanne. Kick out there by Nikki. Shot coming into the back of the head. And again. Big shots coming down there by Roxanne. And Roxanne doing some push-ups. Roxanne just showing off to the crowds. Yeah, it was a lovely little submission hold she had on Nikki momentarily there. Nikki Bella trying to fire down some shots. Big boot coming in by Nikki. Again, another shot coming in by Nikki. Going over against the ropes. Duck underneath. Roxanne over the other side. Bang! Down goes Roxanne face first. The match is okay. Honestly, the match is okay. I don't think it's mind-blowing. I think it's okay. Banks AR31, shout out to you, buds. Tom said, I like how Roxanne runs the ropes. Noah said, John Cena in his retirement match with everyone in the ring, Cena will make everyone laugh, says Noah. Right now we got Roxanne in the corner. Clothesline there by Nikki. Daze, some breaking news. The Righteous will be in a tag match at Beyond against Love Doug and someone. Does that mean, like, they're not coming in? Well, I mean, I don't know that they're coming into WWE. Some did wonder if they were going to be at Halloween Havoc. Upon the shoulders goes Roxanne. Elbows coming in there by Roxanne. She's trying to get a Rhea naked. Like, sleeper hold in as well. Roxanne round the back of Nikki. Roxanne goes down. Nikki very slowly, very timidly goes over to Roxanne. Roxanne trips her over. Nikki goes against the rope. She gets picked up. Spinebuster there by Nikki. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Roxanne. Now we've got Raquel jumping up on the edge of the ring. Nikki goes over, hits Raquel. Raquel goes down. Roxanne round the back looking to roll up Nikki. Using the ropes. Ref just sees it. Ref just sees it. And she's not going to allow it. Roll up by Nikki to No Joy. Nice kick there by Roxanne. Gets caught by Nikki. Big forearm. Right now she's going to look to put Roxanne away. Up on the shoulders. Elbows coming into the side of the heads. Perez in the corner. Nikki goes into the corner. Roxanne moves out the way. She's going to go for Pop Rocks. She's looking for Pop Rocks and gets it. 1, 2, 3. Roxanne Perez beats Nikki Bella. Roxanne Perez beats Nikki Bella. There we go. Clean. I mean, well, I say clean. There was a bit of outside interference, of course, by Raquel. Okay, Stephanie is coming down. Stephanie is running down, trying to come to Nikki's aid, chasing Roxanne and Raquel away. So the champ is here. Stephanie standing up, going over to Raquel. Look at the size difference. Look at the size difference. That's a massive difference. I tell you, Raquel, she's a problem. If we could just build up her aura a bit more. Raquel walks away. Stephanie is in there. David, shout out to you, my friends. Yo, yo, yo. Okay. So they're just showing the Bailey clip that was on social media the other day. So I think that's going to be our next match. Oh, there's Lyra. Oh, here's Asuka. Here's Asuka and Kairi. Asuka shouting at Lyra. Here's Kairi. Asuka calls Kairi, and Kairi's reaction is Here's Bailey. Lyra says this is a huge deal. Oh, they're in the main event. This is going to be the main event. Bailey says, what if we lose? And Lyra says, what if we win? This is the main event tonight. Okay, we're backstage with Jey. Here's Jimmy. He's not happy, man. You threw me out. Oh. Jimmy is basically saying you did not want to find out if it came down to me and you who would be emerging victorious there. He's not happy, and I don't know, has he got a point? It was every man for themselves, but I do get what Jimmy's saying about, you know, it's meant to be, it gets down to us, then we find out. I like it. It's a good story. And it does make me wonder what Jimmy's going to do going forwards. Obviously, he's upset, he's annoyed. Is that going to spill over into something more negative as we move forwards? Will he get involved at Saturday night's main event? Heyman coming down, Braun coming down. We don't need to watch Jey Jimmy again. It was painful to watch last time. It was painful, but I mean, it can't be that bad again, can it? Jimmy went home. He ate, slept, played with Naomi's belly, proceeded with no caution, and went back to work, all while being mad at Jey. But he didn't call Jey, said Trini. He couldn't. He was too livid. He was too angry. He was like, I'll see him Monday. I don't want to speak to him right now. Actually, Trini, how do we even know he's got his number? Did you think about that? Yeah? There's you presuming they've all got each other's telephone number. He might not have it. He might be like, if I had his number right now, I would call him. Heyman's in the ring, and Heyman's cutting a promo, but this is during commercial break, so he's probably not going to say anything. Probs some cheap heat or something. My name is Paul Heyman. Let's understand. So, Bron Breakker in the ring. The OTT. The original tribal thief. The OTT. 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 The future of WWE. The future of WrestleMania. Okay, that's it. That's all you get. The future of wrestling, the future of WrestleMania, Bron Breakker. Music plays, and we'll be going back to the show. Right, I want to make sure we're up to speed with everything. Let's just make sure that we are. Banks, shout out to you, bud. Said 2 years of days, always epic streams. Thank you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone joining us. Hope people are getting something from the show this evening. If nothing else, we got a wonderful Kyrie moment. Wonderful. So, Bron Breakker down in the ring. Let's end the poll. That is, we don't want to get confused with matches. More footsteps. The last one didn't lead to anything. I'm thinking this one probably doesn't either. No. Well, at least don't think so. Just got a black screen. No. I had a really long black screen. No, it didn't lead to anything. Okay, you lot said that the first match was good 92. You said the second match was good 95. You are not crazy about the in-ring action so far tonight. They finally realised when these matches belong in the middle of the show and not in the main event. Thank you, AI, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Thank you, AI. Wrestle Andy said, Daze, we need Cody on Raw. This time of year is always missing something. We do need a shake-up. David said, the vignettes are the War Games teams. Keegan says, be positive, please. Daze, if the tag match is the main event, said Macca, are we getting new champs or are we getting a turn? Well, it feels like we're going to get something, doesn't it? I mean, it's really hard to see this thing ending without, something going down. Okay, LA Knights. Steve Carrier says, why is everyone gaslighting Raw tonight? The show's okay, but I see people losing their tops over stuff tonight. So I think he's kind of making out that people are not crazy about the show. Nothing has really happened. Maybe it's just me, but what do you guys think? Oh, and he's deleted it. I've got Twitter open here. Look, there's what I just read from Steve Carrier of Ringside News. I thought, I'll click on it. I'll see what people have responded. It's flipping been deleted already. What the flip? I wonder if that's true. I wonder if people are really down on the show so far. Jimmy Uso was heated over Jey eliminating him last week. Can we have a look at the Kyrie moment? There we go. Kyrie. Okay, we've got these two. Locking up. Raw hasn't done much for me, says David. It's all right. Matches are decent, says James. William said the show must be what it feels like to be in the sack with Dave Meltzer. Noah said Bron Breakker might win. Cleveland said Kyrie is just too cute to be a heel. Well, she's really fighting not being a heel, isn't she? Because she has kind of, like, even there said, look, please, Lyra, don't, get in the way of Asuka. And she's kind of talking to the baby faces, like, please don't put me in this situation. Okay, here we go. Clothesline there by LA Knight. Bron Breakker goes down. Kick coming into the midsection there by LA Knight. Bron Breakker coming out to the middle of the ring. Shot coming in there by LA Knight. Braun against the ropes, going over the other side. Duck underneath by Braun, picking up some speed. Bang! Big. I like the clothesline. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Wade Barrett was saying it was like someone just hit fast forward there. If there's one thing he can do really well, it is run the ropes. Crossbody there by LA Knight. He's barely built up speed on that, said Jacob. I always leave a thumbs up for days when I'm around. Mel, shout out to you. Oh, here we go. Up on the shoulders, over the top. He's going to slam him. No. Nice work there by LA, but no joy. Going for a clothesline. Down goes LA Knight. Bron Breakker standing over LA Knight. Jay says, it's true, the only reason I was able to watch the Thunderdome was because of these streams. Jay, appreciate it, buds. We celebrate together, we suffer together. Shots coming in by LA Knight. This is the kind of match where we really do need it to be, like, really good, because I think that would work wonders for both of these guys. Kicks coming in there by LA Knight. LA Knight over the other side, coming in, driving a knee into Braun. Braun rolls out the ring. Heyman on the outsides. Braun is kind of looking to regroup. You got Bronson Reed out there as well. LA Knight goes through the ropes. Braun goes down. LA Knight having a word there with the tribal thief. And we go to commercial break. Daze, I think Bayley is slowly turning. Lyra heel, said Jay. Really? Interesting. Daze, your beautiful voice keeps me from feeling alone, said Jacob. Well, Jacob, you are never alone, my friend. You are never alone. I used to watch wrestling by myself. I still do, technically. I absolutely know what that's like, so... Yeah, I think this is a good place to share your thoughts, hang out. Hopefully, that's what people keep doing. Oof. Bron Breakker jumping on the commentary table after hurling LA Knight into it. Water's gone over. There is Water's been knocked over. Yeah, it's a nightmare for Joe. Yeah, Joe's like, oh my God, my water is everywhere. I mean, really, if you're a commentator, you probably should have it behind you because you know that table is going to be interfered with. Wade Barrett said, I swear, before you came on board, this desk never got trashed as much. I mean, that is so not true. That is so not true. Those commentary tables have been abused for decades. Bron Breakker hurling LA Knight into the corner. Sonny said, Daze, I've got a small poem. I've heard that about you. It's called Holly. Two doves flutter past. A time for hope and wishful thinking. A sign of peace in a war-torn world. Two doves searching. Two doves living for peace of the land. It's nice, Sonny. It's nice. It brought a moment of harmony. It brought a fleeting moment of tranquility. LA Knight throwing in some shots. Battling back. Bron Breakker against the ropes. LA Knight over the other side. Gets caught. And slammed down. Irish Sam said you can't watch WWE that days on the live stream. It's the norm now, said Irish Sam. Irish Sam, I hope you're well, my friends. Shout out to you. Yami said the ads during the matches make viewers change the channel. WWE need better ad timing. Yeah, ads during matches suck. And there's really no excuse for it to be during Netflix, is it? I mean, the only logic is that you get invested in the match and you want to see who wins. And so that's why you do the ad, so it brings you back. But for those of us that are watching anyway, you know, like, sucks, doesn't it? I agree. Cutting a match in half or into 3 segments because of ad breaks clearly is not a good thing for matches. So they're just showing what went down during that commercial break. Bron Breakker very much in control at the moment. David said Raw rating in Canada 0.0 because all the Canadians are watching the Jays. What, like J14? All the Canadians are watching the Jays. What are all the Jays up to? J14, what are you doing, bud? Sounds like you're putting on a hell of a show. Wow. Jey Uso, J14. Bang! Bron Breakker knocking down LA Knights. Jay from the In-Betweeners. Jamie Lee Curtis. They're all putting on a spectacle. Perhaps it's a Just Say No to Tariffs concert. I think Canadians would watch that. I don't know why all the Jays are doing it, but Just Say No to Tariffs. Right now, Bron Breakker keeping LA Knight grounded. Jay said, I have been getting a lot of love from Toronto recently. Well, mate, they're all tuned in. Same with Jay Tuma as well. You're a part of it, buds. As long as it's all somewhat above boards, you know. Shots coming in by LA Knights. Do we think someone told Bron how weak some of the spears looks when he isn't lined up? I don't know. I really like the clothesline. Lovely net breaker there by LA Knight. LA Knight is heating up in the kitchen a bit. He's picking up Bron. Bang! Slams him down. I think your observation is accurate. It is a criticism I've shared. It's not all the time, but sometimes they do look off. So I think, honestly, he just goes too fast for his own good sometimes. It is really hard to make them look good when you're moving at the speed of sound. Kick coming in, but the clothesline was good. I thought that looked good. He was looking for the BFT, and I'm sure he'll wrap this up with a spear. David said Jey turned back at the Canadian border for not wearing blue. What? Which Jey? J14. Jey Uso. Jey Uso might have been turned back at the Canadian border for different reasons. Do you remember when he wasn't allowed in? Because of the olds. I think it was that, wasn't it? The olds. Right now, LA Knight looking for a suplex. That was sloppy. That was a bit sloppy. LS Dub said, wasn't that Jimmy? I thought it was Jey as well. Did Jey not get done for it? I didn't actually say anything. So did I actually accuse him of anything if I am incorrect there? I can't be incorrect if I didn't actually say any words. Superplex by LA Knight. I'm going to have a look. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Brahm. Shoulder up by Brahm. Well, there's nothing on his Wikipedia, actually, for anything. Perhaps it was just Jimmy, and in my mind, I blamed them both. It's their own fault for looking alike. Jey Uso arrested. Let's see what comes back there. Well, it says Jey was arrested for DWI following a live event. Maybe I'm not wrong. Looking at the Usos' history, I saw one for Jey in 2018. If that's the case, he's not allowed in Canada. Maybe I'm not wrong. Perhaps it was Jey as well. Jimmy arrested. I'm seeing reports for Jey in 2018. It might not have been that, actually. I don't know. Bron going into the commentary table. Daze, remember, because I got High Song by Afro. Yeah, you're right. Might have been that, mightn't it? Yeah. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Strawberry fields forever. Okay, both guys are down at the moment. LA Knight gets back up to his feet. This has low-key maybe been the best match we've had so far tonight. LA Knight on that middle rope, but Bron Breakker kips up. Yeah, okay, good. Looking for a spear, gets it. Is that going to do it? I tell you what, that's a bit of a loss, that, for LA Knight, isn't it? That is a bit of a loss for LA Knight. That was okay. Take out the interruptions, the commercial interruptions. That could sit okay on a PLE, a Saturday night's main event. Not as a main event. It was all right. Netflix has closed the ad-free loophole with a couple of updates. Now, everyone in the US has got ads, said Sis. Where do these guys get off, eh? Well, there we go. I mean, what does that mean for LA Knight? Here's Adam Pearce backstage. I appreciate you. Here's Tom. Here's Dirty Tom. He's with Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne, Ludwig. I was just telling them it was pretty crazy that they would do something like that. I don't think they thought it through. Espanol. That's what they said. It's crazy. It was crazy. Saturday night's main event. Oh my God. It's a triple threat. Oh my God. Can you believe it? It's a goddamn triple threat match. He should have thought that through. Now he's in a situation where he's got to defend against both of... Oh, my God. Hey, here's Jey. Here's Jey. I heard what you said. You're my brother. I love you. Nothing will change that. I got a lot on my plate. It's all about him, innit? I got a lot on my plate. I think Jimmy should turn on Jey. Oh, did he just wipe that off? Did they just do like, love you, love you? What was that? What was that? I mean, if he's just been having like some sticky barbecue wings and his hands are like covered in it, that would explain it. But I don't know that he has. I don't know that that's what's happened. Jimmy's not full in buying that, says Sis. It's COVID. Is that how you get rid of it? That's all we had to do. During the pandemic, if you touch someone with COVID, just do that and that's it. It just stays on the clothes and that's it. Jey yeeted too much, his hand is sticky. Well, that does happen. I've heard. I mean, I don't know. Interesting. Johnny said Jey got dirty hands from all the yeeting. Yeet. Are we just reading too much into it? Slamex. I like Slamex. Slamex is saying the Usos seem to be on the same page. I wasn't so convinced. I was not so convinced. Jimmy is a single star. It just doesn't work for me, said Brony. Face or heel, both of his runs have been trash. I think it's safe to say ever since he left the Bloodline and when the Bloodline stuff finished, it's all been a bit mid. WrestleRant said Jimmy might have given a look at the end. Jey better watch his back, oos. I just don't know I don't know if I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not reading enough into it. Perhaps we should read even more. JD is in the ring. Dean is ready for NXT tomorrow. Kian said it's been another rubbish Raw again. WrestleRant said Jimmy might have given a look at the end. Daze, we're English. We're always skeptical. That's true. That's a good point, that, James. Corey said, I don't get it. All they need to do is wait for the bell to ring and then double team Sheamus, get the DQ, and just get out of there. Corey, you should be a manager. You might be the new Oracle. You're exactly what Judgment Day is missing. Phoenix said, I almost think the IC triple threat should be like an old-fashioned lumberjack. There are just too many people that we know that might get involved. Put it in a cage. Let's do a cage triple threat. I agree. Yeah, Sheamus got right in the face of some guy in the crowd there. Wade was like, I thought he was about to fight him. Sheamus also just dropped his shillelagh like a little girl would. Let's go. Did we get a Flair figure 4 already? No, not yet. It's our main event. It's weird, isn't it, how they didn't mention Bayley, Lyra, Charlotte, Alexa. They didn't mention it on the official preview. It wasn't mentioned by Adam Pearce. But it's the flipping main event. There's the hands. There's Stephanie McMahon's hands. And that's it. No way he dropped his shillelagh. Yep. He did. I saw it. John Cena's final Raw from New York City, November 17th. John's final Raw. Madison Square. What a final Raw. What a final Raw. Madison Square Garden. That is pretty special, isn't it? Final Raw. Final Raw. Final Raw. Technically not true, because I'm pretty sure he'll be on Raw again, but he'll just be like in a suit, won't he? Trini said, we don't celebrate Halloween because October 31st is a religious holiday called All Saints. We had a band called All Saints, so it's lovely to know that you've got like a day dedicated to them. They did have some good songs, actually. And they were cute AF, so if any girl band deserves to have a day given to them, it's those girls. It's the Appleton sisters. One of them, I believe, got married to Liam Gallagher. I think, didn't they do Lady Marmalade as well? Which was a pretty big hit for them. Of course, we all remember Pure Shawls. A brilliant tune. They did a cover of Under the Bridge as well, which was not bad. Won't be to everyone's taste, but... no, Trini, enjoy that. Whole day of just listening to the greatest hits. Sheamus going over and kicking out at JD. Imagine being married to him, said Alex. Well, it's not something I look for. Brian said, I completely disagree. There should be a cheeky date for the cheeky girls. Oh, well, I only know their one song. We are the cheeky girls, we are the cheeky girls, you are the cheeky boys, you are the cheeky boys, cheeky, cheeky. We are the cheeky girls, we are the cheeky girls, you are the cheeky boys, you are the cheeky boys, cheeky, cheeky. It's going to be really hard to do a whole day of listening to that. There'll be many in the community that had enough of that 30 seconds that we just previewed. But if that's what you want, God bless you, my friend. JD in control as Sheamus gets up to his feet clothesline as JD goes to the outsides. Cheeky, cheeky. Finn Balor out there. Sheamus grabbing JD, shot to the midsection. That should be a new intro song for the channel, said Iris. It's not our song, unfortunately. We wouldn't be able to come up with something that compelling, you know. That's S tier, you know. That's the good stuff. That's top drawer, top shelf. So we'll never come up with anything that good, but I don't know. One day we might try. One count there for JD. When it comes to Raw, do we think we get too many impromptu matches just being set up by Adam Pearce during the show? I do struggle to get into some of these matches, or at least have a reason to care. Yeah, I mean, there probably is. I do think they try, though, to at least make the matches matter. They don't just bring them out and do them. They did do that in the past. There's been times in the past where we'll just do the match and there was no setup whatsoever. At least now they try and give you some setup. This one apparently is based on the fact that Sheamus got eliminated by these two in last week's Battle Royal. But, yeah, I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter, does it? If Sheamus wins, great. If JD wins, great. Yeah, I do agree. It's hard. It's just hard, though, isn't it? It's hard. Every week, 2.5 hours. It never stops. You have to find ways of getting people onto the show. You've got to give them different opponents. You need to find reasons why. Could they do a better job? Yeah, I'm sure. But I do get the size of the challenge as well. I do understand that, like, you know, you focus on a few stories and then kind of fill the gaps. And this is a fill the gap in it. This is, let's get JD in a match with Sheamus. Let's get Sheamus on the show. How should we do it? Well, how about we use the Battle Royal the week before? We'll say he's upset about being eliminated. Yeah, that works. Could you use this segment for something more compelling? Sure. Nice chop block there by JD. Ooh. Damn. That was like a dragon screw, but he had Sheamus down on his back. Ooh. Daze, your opinion, this is a random one, said Sonny. Okay, might not go in the fourth book, but Yeet Man, 1 Yeet Man. Yeet Man, give me a 2. Mother effing Yeet Man, coming for your shoes. That one doesn't do it for me. Jay doesn't come for people's shoes, does he? I find myself more interested in the women's matches on Raw and the matches than the matches being put together. Men's division, I'm just struggling with outside of a handful of names. It's fair. It's fair. I mean, we know the challenges to this year. We know that the main event scene hasn't been quite right. I think they've moved the belt around and it's not been moved to great places. I mean, we had Gunther as champion. He then loses it to Jey. Jey's run was very short, didn't really work. We go back to Gunther, builds to SummerSlam. He loses it to basically Seth. Seth then has it. Obviously, didn't really do a great deal with it until he gets injured. So, I mean, you look at the lineage of the world title this year, it's not been setting the world on fire. It's not like we've had like a top champ being put in really good creative. It's been very stop-start. Let's try that. That's not really worked. Let's go here. Oh, no, now he's injured, you know. So the title hasn't really been working that well for us on Raw. The vision has not clicked and has not been working that well for us on Raw. Dominic's got the Intercontinental, and I don't know about you, like the whole feuds with Penta, Rusev, hasn't really been doing it for me. I think what Sammy was doing with the open challenges in the US title was so much more interesting than kind of the story we've been trying to tell with Dominic, Rusev, Penta. So you look at the top title, no, I don't think it's had a great year. You look at the Intercontinental, no, I know that people like Dominic, but I don't think it's had a good year, the Intercontinental. I look at the Vision. It's not set the world on fire. And these are the stories that they've spent the most time invested in. These are the stories they really want to, you know, put time into. Add into that the stuff like this that just fills the gaps. And that's where we are with the men's division in 2025. Days, everyone is thinking Brock's going to be the head of the division. I don't get it. Historically, Brock doesn't work well with other people. He's not a tag team or a faction guy, says Liam. He's also not around. I mean, how can he be the leader if he's not going to be around? Unless you're going to do a bloodline Roman thing. But I don't even know if Brock's going to be around as much as Roman was. Because don't forget, Roman was champ. So Roman had to be around a fair bit when he was champ. He didn't just do like 2-3 appearances a year. I mean, with Brock, I expect him to be at Rumble, Mania, SummerSlam. Obviously, you're going to get a few more appearances in there, but I don't know. I don't know that he's going to be around enough to be like a leader of a faction like the Vision. I don't see it. I think he helps them. He can be like, you know, someone that comes in and gives them support. It might be these little vignette things, mightn't it, that's kind of fueling that. But the streets are saying they are for WrestleMania. Slap coming in there by JD. Do we think we get Bayley turning heel, said Real John. Well, I feel like we're going to get some at Real John. Definitely feels like something's coming. Title change, Bayley turn. Like Bayley snapping and really going off on Lyra. It feels like something is coming. I mean, they've got it in that main event slot, haven't they? Wow, you lot did not like Braun LA Knight. That did not click for you. Braun LA Knight got good 93. So far, we've had good 92, good 95, good 93. I thought that Braun LA Knight was probably good enough to be the best match so far tonight. You lot didn't feel that way, and that's okay. Roll up there by JD. 2, no joy. Do you think that the good period we went through about a month ago, that really good period where we had the Asuka story, the Bayley thing, you know, it just felt like there was some stuff that was happening. There was some green shoots. Do we think that's come to an end now? Are we in a situation where we're just really, if we're being honest, back to how the Raws have been now in 2025? I mean, looking at your scores for the matches, it's not really good enough, is it? Good 92, good 95, good 93, and I mean, we're 5 minutes away from concluding the second hour. I mean, we've probably just got a main event after this, which is going to be that women's match. I mean, maybe this one will score a bit higher because, you know, Sheamus, it's fun, isn't he? Puts on bangers. It's definitely some interesting action in this match. He was just throwing in some big clubbing blows. Sheamus is back in the corner, looking to charge in. Knee strike there by JD. Sheamus goes down. The Asuka story has kind of fizzled, said Brony. Lyra Bayley story has become a bit cringe. There's no AJ and Becky segments. Becky Maxine just ain't doing it. Oh, we haven't even mentioned Becky Maxine, have we, this week? Looking for... Is this an Irish? Curse. Bang. Down goes JD. 1, 2. And Finn puts the foot on the rope. Finn puts the foot on the rope. Okay, we've got Finn on the outside. Big knee there by Sheamus. Finn Balor goes down. Finn Balor's up. He's going to get driven onto the edge of the ring, but he comes down. There's JD diving through the ropes. He gets planted onto that commentary table. JD going into the barricade. They're giving this match time, aren't they? I mean, they're giving this match time. Right now, chucks him back into the ring. Sheamus going up. Shillelagh attack there by Finn. Finn cracks Sheamus. He didn't see it. That's going to allow JD to come up. Both guys in the corner on the top. Looks like it's going to be a Spanish fly. It is. He gets it. Spanish fly. Comes back over for the cover and he gets the victory. It's a win for JD. Thanks to outside interference by Finn Balor. That might set up something long-term now. I mean, I can't imagine Sheamus is just going to be okay with this. So actually, we might have set up like a new feuds. This could be a real problem actually for Finn Balor. Finn Balor, JD might have now got themselves a serious Sheamus problem. Sheamus did bring out the weapon. It's his fault, said Mayor P. That is fair, actually. JD is always so impressive, said Simon. K-Dub said, Finn, Sheamus, I'm in. Incredible performance. There's Finn on the outside. Congratulating JD. Okay, here's the Becky Maxine stuff then. They're trying to follow up on this. Roll up there by Maxine. Kick out by Becky. Becky was upset with the ref on this. She said there was a closed fist punch on her lip, which you can see actually that her lip was kind of coming out in a bit of a mark. Okay, there's Maxine. You've earned it. I want the match. How many times is he going to say you earned it? I want the match. I don't know whether I can do it right now. What? If I was Adam Pearce, I'd be like, well, get out my office and stop wasting my time. Imagine Dana White going up to someone in the UFC going, it's your time, buds. It's your time. And them going, I do want it, but I don't think I'm ready. Wow. Apparently Charlotte and Alexa are only 2 title defenses away from having the most in history. Asuka, Kairi confront him. We'd be honored to face you. I've changed too. You're not ready for Asuka. What's Kairi doing? Might have been the best part of the show, to be honest. Let's go. She's always just a joy, isn't she, Kairi? She's just a joy. She's just a joy. Just a lovely joy. Let's go. Let's go. Irish Sam said, when Finn betrays and leaves Judgment Day, all 4 original members, Edge, Rhea, Damian, Finn, if he does, will be gone, and there's not even a clubhouse. Oh, here we go. Did we see? This was the one that was on the thing, wasn't it? Surely the next one is the reveal then, isn't it? Because that last one was pouring of the whiskey. I think they've just shown them pretty much all now. That was the last one. Here's Stephanie. Here's Nikki. Daze. LA Knight should ask Swerve to borrow his manager, Prince Nana. Hector, shout out to you. 4 glasses, said Big Minx. 4 glasses. Can only mean one thing. It's the 4 horsemen. Oh, I just heard Joe go, yeah. Okay, we got Stephanie, we got Nikki. They are chatting away. Losing to Bron Breakker doesn't bury LA Knight, but WWE having him get 1 pinfall win since late July isn't using him to his potential, says Sean. I think it's probably a lot of people saying that LA Knight got buried tonight. The challenge has been laid down. Nikki and Stephanie want Roxanne and Raquel. WrestleVote said it was for Mania 42. Well, we haven't got anywhere yet, have we? They did. I mean, if it proves not to be, then yes, they will have got it wrong. They were very adamant on that. Tag team checks match next week. Yeah, this match, this is weird, isn't it? This is closing out the show. Is this going to bring in views, do you think? I suppose, like, it's you know, Alexa, Charlotte, Bayley. I don't know that Lyra's got, like, big star power yet. I mean, obviously, we've invested a bit in her. It's just so weird, isn't it? Women's tag titles to be the main event of Raw. What women's team could show up tonight, said Joseph. Kabuki Warriors. I mean, they've been sniffing around backstage. If it is WrestleMania 42, that's a lot of people to tease. Maybe a ladder match for the heavyweight or universal. CM Punk, Jey Uso. We're just previewing Saturday night's main event. Don't forget, we will be live this weekend. I need to get the stream set up, actually. I have actually already made the graphic. If you want a spoiler for the thumbnail, because I know that's really exciting, it will be up here in a second, because I've already made it. It's not that one. It's not that. That won't be the thumbnail. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. Hang on. It's coming up. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not going to be that one. It's that one. I think it looks pretty good. Dun-dun-dun-dun. See, I do work. I do work. The Wyatts have gone corporate, said Corey. Corporate Wyatts. Okay. Here's AJ and Dragon Lee. We want to keep this ball rolling. That's good. We're the tag champs of the world. Here's JD and Finn. It's not a bad idea, said AJ. I am the heat. I am the fire. It's official. Next week, rematch. Rematch. See you next week. Guess so. See you next week. There we go. Wonderful. And the crowd goes mild, said... oh, hang on. This is one I don't think we've seen yet. 2026. Had that one actually been released before? Or is that the first time that we've seen that? Because I've not seen that one. 2026. Is that it? Do you reckon? That's it? Footsteps, whiskey. That's it. Right, Bailey, Lyra making their way down. Woo! Woo! Broken, Lyra, Bailey, Tatum, dysfunctional attractions. There's Tooth Hurty. Dysfunctional attraction. Right, they're making their way down. We've only got 20 minutes left of this show. This show. Dun, dun, dun. Whoa. Dun, dun, dun. Whoa. We are going to have a saloon bar at WrestleMania 26. Breaking news. Breaking news. Willow says, disappointments. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I come to talk with you again. Woo! Woo! King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it. People do that now. I've seen loads of people doing that in the crowd, you know. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome to all the new member Amethyst pieces. Another Jey. Jay, welcome. Jay, Muse, Charlie, 27, literally the best numbers. Brian Arms, Puppet Mon, Dudley Lucky, Mika Morton, Ryan Treston, Matthew Newby. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to my bosom. I hope you join us on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for those member streams where all the members come and they suckle. We do talk wrestling as well, though. Miss Clown, hello. Hope you're well, buds. Steve said they've got matching jackets. They do. Bailey bought it for Lyra. Jacob went, what? Huh? Sorry, Jacob. I can't talk about what happens on those member streams during the non-member streams. What happens on those streams stays in those streams. Puppies, said Big Migs. Jack said, let me guess, the Kabuki Warriors try and cause a DQ, then Rhea and Io stop them for a cheap pop. I don't know what we're doing with Rhea, though. She's busted her nose, isn't she? Maybe. And Io was in Japan. Would she make it back in time? Maybe. Oh, wow. Judas Priest and Ozzy Osbourne have done a cover of War Pigs, and it's a charity single. How do you, like, purchase them anymore, though? I mean, I don't think you can really go to the shops and buy them, can you? How does that work anymore? Do you just listen to it, and you know, by listening to it, they get, like, 0.01 pence? 0.01 cent. Back in the day, you could go to the shop and you could buy the single physically on a CD, or obviously a 7-inch if you went back even further than that. And that would be a way of, like, you know, raising money for charity. What do you do now? Just, what do you do? Listen to it. That match is made for next week. Nikki, Roxanne. World Tag title's going to be on the line as well. AJ, Dragon Lee. Bailey and Lyra as tag champs has got me 0%. La la. Days Poker Chip 2026. Sounds like we're going to get answers in Vegas for WrestleMania 42. Answers. I think I mean, look, WrestleVote said this thing was for WrestleMania. After what we just saw, it feels like that's probably true. I don't know that it means any more than that. Here's Charlotte. Maybe there's one more reveal that's going to be like, oh. Here's Alexa. Was the Poker Chip vignette teasing WWE AEW Double or Nothing? It's exactly what it was teasing. That's going to be the reveal. The 4 people meeting are going to be Triple H, Nick Khan, Tony Khan, and Danhausen. Those are the 4 people, the 4 great wrestling minds coming together for this power meeting as we do WWE AEW Double or WrestleMania. WrestleMania or nothing. Oh, that's better, actually. They'll work it out when they sit down and talk about it. It'll be fine. Double or WrestleMania sucks compared to WrestleMania or nothing. They definitely should go that way in this completely made-up make-believe scenario. Daze, if Tiffany drops the title to Jade at Saturday night's main event, would you have Tiffany take a break from TV? I feel like she needs a fresh coat of paint. She's been overexposed. I don't think that's bad. I agree. Maybe have a go to the Performance Center and just, like, continue to learn a few new moves, few new sequences. Do you know what I mean? Just, like, maybe watch back some of the matches, get some feedback. Just take that time away, but don't have a break where you just go on holiday. But actually have a look at, like, right, when you come back, how can we level up? I just feel like I've seen everything she's got to show. So it'd be good for her to go away, really analyze her 2025 with, you know, some legends, some trainers that can really, you know, spend some time with her. They're probably really overworked, aren't they? I mean, there's got to be someone that can do that and help her with that. It's too important. And if there isn't, hire someone. Just hire someone for a month. Just for a month. Give someone, I don't know, flipping 10 grand or something. To just sit down like a legend, sit down with Tiffany, go through her matches, give her feedback, get her cutting promos, do like something like that. It'd be worth it. It would honestly be worth it. Yeah, it's a good shout. I'm not down on that. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and if she can come back with an extra coat of paint on her, then, you know, great. Right, we are underway with our main events. It is Charlotte, Alexa against Bayley and Lyra. Tag titles are on the line. Kabuki Warriors are potentially sniffing around. And that last match, Sheamus JD got good 95. Alexa in there with Bayley right now. This is our main event of the evening. When will Survivor Series qualifying begin? Will there be a brand invasion? No, I don't think so. We don't really tend to do brand on brand so much now. So not expecting any brand invasions. Brian said, do we think Jade could do with taking some advice from Kevin Nash as Raquel did? Well, yeah, I mean, it wasn't much advice, was it? I think she has kind of spoke to him a bit, so I've not been privy to that. But he was saying work bigger, you know, rather than doing your work small and kind of hit, like, be more performative, be bigger. Bigger, like, power moves. And when you hit them, you know, really present them. It's good. It's good advice. I really loved her feedback, like her response to him. Like, there's no one in this industry that knows how to be a big performer better than Kevin Nash. If Kevin Nash is going to speak, I am going to listen. And it's like, that's great. What a brilliant, classy response that is. Some wrestlers could be like, you know, stay out of my way, old man. You know, some people can be a bit like down on it. Fireflies are out, maybe for Alexa. I'd probably for Alexa. Yeah, Jade can absolutely have that advice. I don't know that he is the person to sit down and work with like a Tiffany, though. Over in the corner goes Charlotte. Do you know who'd be quite good at that? X-Pac. He'd be great. Sean Waltman, X-Pac, he knows how to wrestle. He's a fantastic wrestler. And I think he'd be really good at sitting down with someone, kind of reviewing footage. And I think he even does a bit of that at the PC, actually, now I've said that. Lyra going against the ropes. Through the ropes, drop kick. Down goes Charlotte. Fatal 4-way title match at Saturday night's main event, said Jack. Who do you think's in it then? Who do you think's in it? WrestleRant said it's real simple with Tiffany. They just rushed her. They gave her the belt way too fast. I feel the same about La Primera. They literally have given the woman everything in a year. I do think, though, that with Stephanie, I agree. But with Stephanie, she had like a career before WWE. She already came in as like a really accomplished wrestler. Whereas Tiffany, she had, she was a gymnast before this. So it does feel a little different for Tiffy time compared to Stephanie. But I do agree, like, how quickly we've moved on them is, we've got Stephanie, for example, to the top of the mountain already. She's already there. She's just got to keep it. So we did move very, very quick there. I don't know if we needed to move that quick, but I think she can carry the weight of it better. Shots coming in by Charlotte. Daze, now we know that it's not vignettes. How do we think Jericho returns? Rumble. I mean, I'm a bit confused when his contract's up. I'm sure I heard October. I mean, Tony's already basically said we'd love to have him back in AEW. So it does kind of suggest that he's done. Or that his contract is very close to expiring. And I don't think it's the end of the year. I think it's October. This is why Jericho coming in at Saturday night's main event felt like it was possible. Knee coming in there by Alexa. Drop kick there by Alexa. Alexa on her feet. So we could bring him in maybe Survivor Series. I wouldn't bring him in on Cena's last show. I understand some people might be tempted to do something there, but I wouldn't want to take the spotlight away from John. That should be all about John retiring, not about Jericho coming back. So I wouldn't do anything there. But yeah, Rumble feel. I mean, we always need stuff for the Rumble, don't we? Rumble feels like if we're going to get to 2026, then Rumble would feel like the thing, wouldn't it? Days, it's fun while it is fast. They are taking chances on new women and turning them into big stars. There's no denying that Stephanie and Tiffany both feel like big stars because WWE strapped the rocket. So what, you like it big time? Dr. Luch Lala says they should have kept the US title on Chelsea. She was more entertaining, says Dr. Luch Lala. Lyra is in control with Alexa. Mel said, I'm happy seeing Stephanie with the title as she is getting on in age. But Roxanne has still got many years to push her so hard. Maya and Grayson and Connor said, made a comeback to be put into the Hall of Fame and a last ride tour. Well, he deserves to go in the Hall of Fame, doesn't he? I think there's no doubt about that. And I think that the fans actually, I didn't know how the fans would react to what with him being in AEW. But actually the fans are like really excited about the idea of him returning now. So it's been a while, actually. I mean, don't forget, he's been in AEW since they started. He was in New Japan before that. So I don't know. Has it been like 7 years since he's been in WWE? It's some kind of crazy amount of time. I'm not a fan of how they fast-tracked it, but I do see the formula, says Big Time. Right now, we've got Bayley, Roxanne, DDT there by Alexa. Charlotte on the outside, applauding away. We're getting to the business end of this. Are we not going to get any more vignettes? Is that it? Is that like 2026 just going to be, is it? Flair is up, crossbody, down goes Bayley, down goes Lyra. Chop coming in, and again. Charlotte chopping away, chippity chop. Roxanne, duck underneath, going over against the ropes. Clothesline there by Charlotte. Charlotte grabs Lyra. It was a hot tag that was made. Charlotte is in. She's chucking people around. Charlotte with a kip up. Tongue out. Flashing the guns. She's stepping over Bayley. Stepping over Lyra. Going over to the corner. She's climbing up. Looking for a moonsault. Gets it. Kick out by Lyra. So, Fireflies were out earlier in this. Alexa was struggling a little bit. Tag being made. Charlotte coming in. This is our main event right now. Lyra's in there. Bayley on the outsides. Lyra down. Bayley screaming, shouting. She's desperate for Lyra to come over. Tag being made. Here's Bayley. Knee to the side of the heads. Over through the ropes. Bang. Charlotte down. Bayley colliding into Charlotte. Bayley going up. Elbow drop to the back. Bayley really unloading on both of these. She's exploding in. This new ring gear of Bayley's. I forgot about it. Bayley to belly. Bang. 1, 2. Ah, that felt close. That actually felt really close. Kick out there by Charlotte. Lyra on the outside. Bayley coming in. Trying to find a way of securing this victory. Phoenix said, I like this version of Flair more than I normally do. It makes me think in the end it should be Alexa that turns. Big boot there by Charlotte. Tag being made there by Alexa. Clothesline by Charlotte. Bayley collides into Alexa. Bayley takes down Charlotte. Bayley goes back into the corner. There's a back slap tag there by Lyra. Lyra is climbing up Charlotte. Oh, leg drop to the back of the head. Lyra screams out. She's going against the ropes. Alexa's in. Ah, it's going to be Sister Abigail. Lyra in trouble. Gets it. Sister Abigail DDT. 1, 2. Oh, Bayley makes the save. Mate, I thought that was it, you know. I thought that was it. I thought that was the final moment. Big boot there by Charlotte. Yeah, I thought that was it, and it should have been it, actually. I mean, Lyra was not kicking out. Bayley had to make the save. I think we're going to get Twisted Bliss, because Lyra is definitely in position. Alexa trying to fire the crowd up. She's going up top. Lyra recovers. Ah, big boot coming in there by Alexa. Alexa, crossbody, gets caught. She's got caught on the shoulders. Oh, drives her down. 1, 2. Oh, she's all tangled at the moment. Lyra and Alexa are all tangled up. The shirt is caught. I don't know what it's caught in. She hasn't got earrings in or anything, has she? She's had to take the shirt with her by the looks of it. The shirt's gone with Lyra. It's all kicking off. Bayley's going round and she's trying to help. Okay, we've managed to get the shirt off of Lyra. Alexa trying to make the tag. Absolute chaos. Absolute scenes. In comes Charlotte. Oh, Thez press. Shots raining down by Bayley. Charlotte now unloading on Bayley. Which way is this going to go? These two exchanging blows. Heavy shots coming in. Chops coming in there by Bayley. She's chopping away, driving Charlotte back. Bayley screams out, going over the other side. Big boots! Huge! This might be the beginning of the end. She's going to go for that figure 8. I think we could see Lyra in the background, though. I could see someone moving in the background. She hasn't quite got the figure 8 in. She hasn't quite got the figure 4 on. Someone, though, is going to make the save. There's Lyra. She stops Bayley from tapping. So Lyra stops the tap. Oh, Twisted Bliss. That'll do it. That'll do it. Really fun, though. They've gone all out in this main event. Really fun. Here's Alexa, Charlotte. It feels like the beginning of the end. Bang. Natural selection. 1, 2, 3. Charlotte gets it. Charlotte gets it. It was a really good effort, though, by Bayley and Lyra. It was a really good effort. And a really fun match, that main event. Okay, the question is, though, why make that the main event? I mean, it was fun. I'd say it's probably the most fun match I've seen. Did they just put what they thought would be the best match as the main event for the titles? Or is there going to be a turn? Good. That was the best match, said Jose. I agree. Really fun, dramatic, fast-paced. Oh, here's the Kabuki Warriors. Kabuki Warriors attacking Charlotte and Alexa. I mean, are we going to bring in Lyra and Bayley into this? Here's Kyrie. She's going to deliver the elbow. Bang, and she does. Charlotte goes down. Asuka dancing away. Asuka goes over. They start beating up on Lyra. Poor Lyra. She was just lying there. Just completely minding her own business. Here's Bayley. Bayley driving Asuka and Kyrie away. Bayley getting up to her feet. She watches as Asuka and Kyrie retreats. It is all eyes on Bayley. I mean, right now, she is standing over Lyra. The show looks like it's coming to an end. Chase the Kabuki Warriors away. All eyes on Salt Lake City. They're just showing Alexa down, Charlotte down, Asuka, Kyrie in the entranceway, Lyra down, and the show comes to an end. And honestly, not that dramatic an end. Good match, best match, closed the show. But just Kabuki Warriors attack, and that's it, really. That's your lot. That is your lot. That's all you get. That's all you deserve. That's all you deserve. I don't know what you've done wrong to not deserve a better finish than that. It was a good match, though. But you've done something wrong. My God, that was bad, said Scott. 4 out of 10, said Dominic. Well, honestly, I think you have to look at yourselves. You have to look at yourselves. You've done something. Good match, though. I'm not down on the match. The match was good. I really enjoyed the match. Certainly not down on that. Kabuki Warriors getting involved. Okay. I just think people are looking for something a bit more than that. Very mid-show, said Joel. We got booing in the chat. It was an awful show. If you're honest with yourself, says Jack. Jeff gives it a 6. JDS gives it a 4. PJ said, was there not supposed to be a return? There was no return. I mean, obviously we had those vignettes, but we learned a few hours ago that apparently they are for WrestleMania. So, yeah, we've kind of... that dropped earlier today. That came from WrestleVote, so the enthusiasm and excitement for all of those teases, I think, has very much kind of concluded, unfortunately. Spartan said, people love to complain. Trini said, this is all my fault, Daze. We know that Triple H is terminally online. You did go all ranty about creative, but this is my fault because I did as well, says Trini. Trini, thank you for taking ownership on that. I don't think you have to. It is true. I did have a little rant about creative, and maybe I am a bad influence. So, Trini, I will be willing to take a little bit of responsibility, but I think it's good of you to say that really it was more your fault than anyone else's. I agree, for the records. I also think it was largely your fault, but, you know, listen, we don't need to point fingers, yeah? We don't need to point fingers. SmackDown should be brilliant, not said Irish Sam. JDS said, I feel like creative are going to get the sack. PJ said, I understand. Wrestling Void said 6. I was trying to figure out my VPN situation the entire time. Well, I hope you got there in the end, buds. Mel said, there's too many people expecting spectacular matches for every show, as if it was once always so spectacular. Cleveland said it was a mid-Raw, but it was a good closing match. Imagine how bad SmackDown will be, said Jack. I actually didn't mind the last 3 matches, said Jay. Everything else just didn't hit the mark for me. It was pretty skippable show overall. Mal said the gambling chip with 42 was a massive giveaway that it is for vignettes for WrestleMania 42. Cleveland said, Daze, we can blame Trini for WrestlePalooza and Cena's heel turn. Yes, buds. Yes. King Yeti said, I'm sorry, it's a story, but I hate Charlotte winning anything. Well, King Yeti, you are so supportive on this channel that if you hate it, I have to hate it as well. So I also hate it, for the record. It was the best episode of Raw we'll see this week, said Jim. I like that, Jim. Jim coming in hot with positivity. We got SlamX as well online saying, well, that certainly was an episode that happened. So that is true. Although WrestleJoe enjoyed it. I very much enjoyed it. Great wrestling. And Punk J promo was awesome. So maybe some of you should look in the mirror, you little haters. Yeah? You cuppa haters. Are we ready to... Are we really going to drag out these vignettes all the way to WrestleMania? No, I don't think we're doing that. I don't think we're going to drag them all the way to WrestleMania. I don't think. It was one of the best Raws of 2025. Irish Sam. That's it. Metal Mama said, Cuppa haters. I miss Enzo. There's been way worse Raw episodes, said Tyler. Yeah, Magnet Man said tonight's Chinese food was good, so Magnet Man found a positive. Mel said, why would they throw in different random chips with 42 when all the other vignettes were for WG or something else? War Games or something else. I think it is WrestleMania. WrestleVotes did say it was for WrestleMania, so I'm thinking it's all WrestleMania until I see otherwise. Trini said those new vignettes are the new Via is coming. EST said, I don't think we were all watching the same show. Oh, why? What's happened? What's happened? Oh, 5. I'm disappointed. Oh, no, I think we were watching the same show. I think most people in the chat are not crazy about this week's episode. Metal Mama said, I mean, creative is splendid. 10 out of 10. Oh, I take it back, actually. 10 out of 10. Great job all round. Best Raw. That's it. Look at this. Positivity. Yes. Yes. It's so good to just have a smile on your face, isn't it? Isn't it? It's just nice to have a smile on your face. I would like to thank WWE for giving us a show. actually. Didn't have to. Could have not had a show at all. But do you remember that bit where Kyrie was like, with the umbrella? Or the main event? That was good. Jimmy and Jey. Yeah, do you remember that? Yeah. Just saying. Yeah. King Yeti said, what we got here, Cup of Haters. Cup of Haters. Do miss those guys. They were really good. They were fun. They were engaging. And, yeah. It's amazing how much we botched them, actually, on the main roster when they were so over in NXT. It's amazing. King Yeti, thank you, my friends. David said, what was that ending? Well, it was a lot of women circling around the women's tag titles. That's what it was. It was the Kabuki Warriors setting their targets on tag team gold. Daze, I'm genuinely surprised that Cross's documentary caught so much traction. Perhaps it was boosted by YouTube's top 59 trend. Oh, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Was it like in the top 50? Was it the top 59 video or something? I still ain't seen it. Daze is 7 foot tall, and you can't teach that. Yes. Trini said Daze is in coat mode. No edge in sight. Listen, I'm not coping. I just think it's one of the best episodes I've ever seen. That's all. I don't know what you mean by coping. I just thought it was amazing. I just thought it was better than any Dynamite I had ever seen. So I don't know what you mean by coping. We need 3 hours. Yeah, you're right. My only criticism is that it wasn't longer. I wish we had more. Mohammed said, I know we have a below average Cena tour, but I've realised in heart that this is the last time. I don't want anything. I just want him to be happy, says Mohammed. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? If the tour's been good or bad. The only thing that anyone's going to care about is the last moment and the last match and that 1, 2, 3. That moment of 1, 2, 3, that's it. There it is. It's done. It is over. I mean, that was always going to be the only moment that mattered. It's still going to be the only moment that matters. And we've still got that moment to come, so... I mean, you can take that to the bank. You can take that to the bank, that is going to be a very emotional moment, a massive moment. The world's going to want to see that. The wrestling world, I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your Aunt Gladys. I don't think she's going to tune in. But the rest of anyone with even a passing interest in wrestling is going to be tuning into that. It's a massive moment, and we've still got it to come in 2025. They gave the women's tag belts focus. That's why it main evented. I don't mind it ending the show, said AB. Ninja said Gunther just doesn't exist. We won't feel sorry for them taking out house loans to do an episode of Raw. Calvin said, Daze, does LA Knight turn heel after Saturday night's main event? Paul said that Bron was facing someone who understands the vision. I don't think so. I think he was talking about how LA Knight had just done a promo saying that he wanted the winner of Saturday night's main event. You know, he had the vision of, you know, you can knock me down, do whatever you want, but I'm still moving forward. I'm coming for that world title. That's the vision that LA Knight had. And Heyman, you know, says, you know, you're going to be facing someone that shares in our vision. Well, it's a play on words, really, isn't it? I can understand why you think it means that he's going to be coming into the vision. And actually, I would not be down on that. Heel LA Knight joining up with the vision, joining up with Bron and Bronson. I don't hate that idea at all. I don't think that's what he meant, but I still like the shout. They should add Becky and Maxine as the opening match, says AB. The vignettes are most likely Evolution Hall of Fame announcement because there are 4 men 2026 Hall of Fame ring. It adds up, says Adam. Great Raw. I'm going to rewatch it again, says Brody. Yeah. I'm only going to watch it. That's all I'm watching for the next week, is I'm just going to keep watching this episode of Raw. Big Time said, I was truly captivated by tonight's Raw. It's arguably one of the best episodes I've seen all year. We're eating so good, and we should be grateful that Papa H is rewarding us. That's it. This is the kind of positivity you're going to struggle to find, people. Yeah? You're going to struggle to find this. To be honest, you'll probably struggle to find it in my review, but at least it's living here right now. So, you know, that's good. Right, we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to do the talking points video. And, you know, the review and all of that stuff. So I need to run away, start working on those. Wrestle with Andy said, tonight was the greatest night in the history of our sports. Wrestle with Andy, thank you. More positivity. People leaving this stream with a smile on their face. That's all I ever strive for. And I think we've achieved that now, so... Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. I'm going to go and work on a few bits and bobs. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow with NXT. If not, then we are back on Wednesday with Evolve. If that's not your flavour, then I'll see you on Friday for SmackDown. I'll see you on Saturday for Saturday night's main event. So it's one of those weeks where we've got wrestling this weekend. That's good, isn't it? Always look forward to that. So, yeah, appreciate the support. Thank you for joining us. And hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.